on Easter, though. You can't wear it in New York.
Yeah, you
Valeria,
can
lovely
wear
to
it in
meet you.
San Francisco, honey. I
It's
will tell
too
you
early
that.
to wear it in the year. It's a summer thing, you know.
Well, just so you know, Ascension looks good on you, my friend.
That's what I
Hmm.
say.
You should
Yes.
quote me on that.
She's not lying. She's not lying.
I think we're all
Okay.
looking good here. This is a handsome bunch, I gotta say,
We
man.
are.
Yeah.
We
Woo!
I love the
The
giraffes,
Ascension
Joan.
bunch.
I
All
know,
right,
I'm
so
in that kind of mood. Do you know they're the most spiritual of animals because they could
oh
see
yeah.
360 degrees around? Yes, they have clear
Ah,
sight.
Hmm.
that's awesome.
Cool.
All right, so we're live, everybody.
Ooh.
okay.
Hel-
Welcome.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to day 3 of the Portal to Ascension conference. It's been an epic journey of the last couple days, peeling back a lot of layers, and so much beautiful awareness has been shared. So thank you all so much for just being here and being a part of this event. So much gratitude for this experience, and for myself, like, you know, I want to go around here and just like kind of check in with all of you. But for myself, a lot's been coming up, and I really feel that this event, you know, for Portal to Ascension in general, for myself, is really a milestone in a lot of my own healing process, and some beautiful reflections are going on, and a lot is being processed. You know, there's a lot of emotions in the world right now, and as we've said multiple times over the last couple of days, that we really need to process these emotions in order to become the caretakers for this new reality, the architects of this new paradigm, right? So, and part of that is these events, so that we can have these reflections that we need in order to transcend, you know, what has held us back into this density, and, you know, ascend into this beautiful paradigm that we're creating on Earth. So I'm just excited and happy to be here with you all, and I'm so excited to be here with some of my favorite people around this panel right here. So let's go around. Alan, you want to take it from here and just tell me how you're feeling?
Well, I'm feeling fantastic. I mean, this is, I don't know, I'm not Christian or anything, but Easter is always a kind of time of renewal and regeneration. Of course, it's named after the goddess Ishtar, the goddess of fertility. So it is a rebirth. This time, this first Sunday after the equinox, after the first full moon of the equinox, is this day is the planting time. So it's a time for
Carson is
planting new
also a
seeds.
contributor.
And I feel that. I feel we're planting new seeds here, Neil. We are opening another portal to ascension. So it's great to be here with all my good friends who are, and Sheila especially, who's really on the cutting edge of where we're going as a community. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for for sharing our community feeling together. Thank you. I
Mm.
appreciate every one of
Did,
you.
did any of you check out the full moon last night? Some
Mm.
pretty nice intense energies, huh?
Really? I
Joan,
didn't see it.
you didn't get to see it, you said?
No, no, I don't
No,
know why. I wasn't
yeah.
paying attention.
Well, I think it was not till midnight anyway.
Well, here it was early. It was like at
Mhm.
9 o'clock. It was magnificent.
Yeah, as soon as the event was over, I took a walk, a 30-minute walk to go get some food, and then I ate, and then I was walking home under the full moon. It was so beautiful.
Well, there's a great alignment this year because Easter is the ascension. It is about ascension.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
mean, if you look at the Shroud of Turin, there's definitely an image of somebody turning into light. I mean, and there's no way I think that could be faked in what they understand of, 500 or 2,000 years of photographic evidence. So,
I am the way, I am the light, I am the resurrection in the light.
Mm,
Yes,
yes,
we can claim
that's
that for ourselves.
yeah.
yes.
Same. Krishna said the same quote too, which is a whole other story in itself. You know.
That which I do, you can do as well. And I think that's the reminder of today. I mean, all of the speakers we've had the last few days have talked about tapping into that power that we have within us that comes from source. And I have a feeling that today we're going to energize that. Like we broke it down, we went through the heart. And now today, I feel like I don't know, I feel like there's a breaking free that's going to happen for us
Mhm.
Mm,
today. So,
Hallelujah.
I feel it. Joan, you said that you had something you wanted to share, something, some
oh, I
magic
had
or
some
something.
miracles. So
Yeah, go ahead.
miracles in my world, you know, I write books on miracles. It's about synchronicities and opening up the higher vibration of frequency to match it. So I want to share something with Dr. Victor happened is that it just so happens I happen to know Dr. Victor's like second cousin that he didn't, right? The
I had
grandchild
no
of his great uncle. And that happened because I recognized the last name. And that was a confirmation, like miracles happen. And this jacket, I want to just do a commentary on it because I wore it in Sedona. It's a long lost jacket from Mexico. And I came home and could not find it anywhere. And yesterday I looked in the closet and I said, I don't know, but Spirit's going to bring you back to me. And after last night, I walked in that closet and somehow it was like right there in the hanger in front of everything. It had a miraculous reappearance. And
Whoa.
so
When that happens.
put your intent, let's all put our intentions out that we could say, okay, globally, galactically, we want, you know, peace on earth and ascension. And personally, this is our manifestation, abundance, prosperity, freedom for all.
Right. And we
Yes.
can do that easily because we're all fractalized aspects of that source energy. And we're here to allow that energy to flow through us, to energize us and send those experiences back. And so really, if we could just get out of our own way, there is absolutely nothing that we can't do.
And
Yeah.
Alan
Getting
has-
out of our own way can happen in any number of multiples of modalities.
Mm.
Pick your choice of how to
Mhm.
get the junk out of the trunk so that we can access that source energy and that clear thinking and that desire for what we want to create. And then like you said, Sheila, there's ain't nothing stopping it once we get that memo.
That's right.
And Alan, to address your question about spiritual lyrics, the Moody Blues also had a song called The Eyes of a Child, which said, through the eyes of a child, you will come out and see that your world's spinning round, and through life you will be a small part of a whole of a love that exists. Through the eyes of a child, you will see.
Mm.
Beautiful. That's beautiful. You know,
Keep 'em coming, brother.
yeah,
love it.
this for me is just validation across the board again. And every time we do these conferences, for me, it's that right on time or that info right when you need it, right? So I had been trying to train myself to be able to write a book, and I'm not the greatest writer, so I created a Substack and I used it to write sort of like an article. And it was the first article was on comparative mythology, and it was actually on Ayana/Ishtar. And Alan just said it. So I actually finished it yesterday and posted it. So it was like right on time. So the synchronicity there is just wild for me. And when I was talking to Brooklyn, I had the ability to just see what she was saying, and it was right on time for me in that validation. And it just keeps happening. And it's more frequent and more frequent. And every time it happens, it's like, it just turns me on my head. And that's what these conversations are all about. It's like every conversation we have is that little inkling or that little piece that my dots connect with your dots, and now the collective's dots are even more congruent and closer together. So I am eternally grateful for always being in these conversations because they just enlighten me to no end, for sure.
And what I've been
Poking holes
experiencing
in
the
the old
last few years,
construct.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying we're poking holes in the old construct. Pretty soon that balloon is going to just deflate entirely.
And what I've been experiencing over the last few years is the reunification of soul family, meeting people who I know I've traveled with before. And
Yes, man. Oh, I feel that. Definitely attracting that in my life right now. And the more you trust in that flow, the more it happens for you, you know? And the synchronicities are definitely running rampant, and manifestation is, you know, is right there. You know, thought used to equal action, action will equal manifestation. We're getting to a point now where we're instantly manifesting our reality. And so choosing to manifest consciously and with intention, I feel is really important at this point, because we have the ability, the veils are really thin, they're getting thinner. And as that happens, we have the potential to create the world that we really want to live in. And events like this, you know, and all of us getting together are just basically the reminders that we need, that we are the creators of this reality. And how can we co-create something that works for everyone, right? Because ultimately, we can do that. It's not like we need to live in the system that only a few people thrive and the rest of us don't. We have, like Alan and I was driving through New Mexico the other day, and we were saying that deep overpopulation is a myth. There's enough abundance and energy and everything for everyone, and we have the technology to terraform areas and bring life. So this
There's
whole
room
lack
for
scarcity
more
mentality.
humans, right, Neil? But there's vast areas that are
Yeah.
just empty, and all we need is free energy to cultivate these deserts and have enough food and abundance for everyone here, enough joy. And when we have that, we create a new society of creative, ongoing inventions, beauty, more emotionality, more feeling. That's
Yeah.
the purpose of incarnation.
I drove over this whole country since August of 2022, and you are not joking. I was absolutely amazed and astounded by how much space. The fact that anyone is going hungry or doesn't have a home is absolutely ridiculous.
Seriously.
We just need free energy, and we have it, but we need to get it out. That's a bigger story than the ET story, I think.
Yeah,
I
I've
think
always
we
wanted to
need-
do a conference just on free energy, just to explore that topic.
What's that,
Yeah,
Joan?
free energy, pure water, free skies, all of this is where we're heading towards. So yes, I agree.
We have those technologies. We just need to demand it be put in place.
Right. And as we do that, our consciousness needs to expand so that we can actually utilize these things consciously, right? So that's why these events are important, and what all of us are doing here is really focusing on that element of it all, the self-empowerment.
What you said, Neil, decentralize, build communities where we all care for each other. We're not living in impersonal environments, but we're living
Right.
in
And we
places.
command. We can command. We can demand, but we can also command from within
Mhm.
that this reality
Right.
here now within us, feeling it full vibratory reality in our entire being is already here. Clean water, pure air, free energy. Everyone is fed, sheltered, has their purpose, is lit up for their life on the planet everywhere, and beautiful institutions, happy governance, perfect joy available to all. Like as we feel that, as all of us are doing and envision it, it is absolutely already here, and we get to go ahead and enjoy it in our imagination first, and then it has no choice but to outpick.
Exactly. Yes. I feel like when we all collectively think fifth dimensionally, we can literally see like our external, because this is a holographic projection. This is like subatomic particles vibrating. This is a very organic computer programming, like if we were all thinking those thoughts, that's when you would see the magic happen. Like overnight things could shift, so, and like the Twin Ray said, and something that I agree with as well, is the solution is very simple, but to get 7-8 billion people to do it, that's the challenge at times, but that's why we're just like slowly waking people up one by one, just by sharing the wisdom without the expectation, right? Just sharing the truth that we've been researching and have been delving into for quite some time now.
And on a very earthly level, drilling down to the foundational message of every faith, which is the golden rule: do unto others as you have them do unto you. Love thy brother, thy neighbor, thy sister as thyself. If we all did that, if everyone did that, we will ascend.
Seriously, huh?
Because the energy, so didn't we say like the more we put out this energy, so there's us, there's our tribe listening, there's the YouTube tribe, there's all of our spirit guides and angels. I mean, we are a force to be reckoned with, and it's 1,000-fold, because we are all raising that frequency to the highest vibratory level of the avatars through the energy we're carrying. So 10,000-fold advancement of the planet as a result of every moment we're on. So bring it on, guys. Share us with your friends, with your loved ones, with everyone, because we are part of, this is the ascension, when millions of souls, rocket ship, blast out. So it is.
I see us all as antennas, receiving the frequency and just emanating it out to the masses, into the cosmos, bringing harmony, truth, and awareness to the masses.
In 1980,
I forgot to mention this. It's important. I woke up in this dream and I was putting on my wings. I was waking up for the day, And there was like my wings, and I was literally putting them on. And it seemed to me it was a daily occurrence, because it wasn't until I got out of bed and I was thinking about it that I went, oh my God, those were my wings. So I think we're all putting them on, everyone.
Mm.
I know
And like-
Victor wants to say something, but I have to tell you, I had that same dream.
That's awesome.
Wait, I
Today?
want to hear what Victor has to say. Victor,
What was that? I'm sorry. I missed what Charity said.
what did you
I
say,
just said
Sheila?
I also had the dream that Joan had. I had the same dream,
Oh.
putting on my wing. I'm just remembering it. I'm getting triggered to remember it as she said that. So I just wanted to interject that. And now, Victor, what did you want to say?
In 1980, I attended a yoga and meditation retreat in upstate New York. And for some reason, the mathematical exponents were running through my head, the power of 1, the power of 10, the power of 100, whatever it might be. And this poem came through me, which I think expresses what we're talking about. It says, the energy flows from the love of the sun and charges the soul, the power of 1. That energy shared with a spirit that's new, a heart opens up, the power of 2. Ebbing and flowing from women to men, hearts on the wavelength, the power of 10. And when all the millions with compassion run, the birth of the new mind, the power of 1.
Beautiful.
It
Beautiful.
chilled that one.
You know, and think about it too. If we had that free energy and the housing, basically free housing or things like that, people could really delve their
Yes.
focus and their energies onto consciousness and art
Yes.
and the collective and new advancements to enhance the collective. And that's what it comes down to. And I was just thinking too, when we're talking about the guides, if when we're all here together, I wonder if our guides are all sitting at a table above us or on a screen like we are, kind of conversing with each other too, and giving each other a little bit of info. And then when we all separate again, they all are more enhanced than we are because they've come in contact with everybody else's. Just a thought.
Mm.
Right. Well, we all edify each other
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Like having our basic needs met would definitely allow for a lot of people to focus on what really matters, which is relationships, taking care of the planet, taking care of ourselves. We forego so many things, our relationships, and definitely our own health, because we're just caught up in this rat race, right? So having our basic needs met is important. And that's why the system is being restructured right now. A lot of things that aren't working, haven't worked, are collapsing, and it's only making way for the new energies. So even though we see this chaos externally from us, it's really just a system that was never designed for everyone, is basically on its way out, right?
Right. One of the reasons that I got into the healing arts, I was already in the healing arts, but expanded the healing arts, is because I was focusing initially on a lot of spiritual teaching. And my guides told me people cannot drop into the essence of their heart and to who they truly are when they're in pain. And that pain is physical, mental, emotional, spiritual. And so these types of conferences are helping people to, I think that what I have been witnessing over these past few days is that this reverberation of frequency starts small within people, and then it starts to ripple out as they open up and they start to heal, they start to release. A lot of people have talked about how the tears have just flowed, and I think that's really happening for everyone. And because we all are connected, when I do that work, when Joan does that work, when all of us do that work, it ripples out and allows everyone else to start taking place, opening up and moving higher.
100%. All right, everybody. So we're going to move over into beginning pretty soon here, but I just want to make a couple announcements before we do. First of all, we have shifted the schedule just a little bit, and I just posted it in the chat room. I'm posting it once more. CHIRAYA, I just want to make the announcement that CHIRAYA was going to go on in the beginning, but now we've shifted her time. So she's going on at 2:50 Pacific. And did you want to say anything about your presentation? What are you going to be sharing today?
Sure. And I just want to say how perfect was that, because we had to have this wonderful conversation here today, which was totally divine. And so I'm going to be doing a presentation on the codes of union, which will add to and possibly expand and agree with, what's being presented here. I'm sure in so many ways I've made it a colorful presentation, and I'm looking forward to it. And hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
I
As
always
am I.
love your presentations. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay, great.
And you're a
So,
good interviewer too. One of my best interviews was done with you when you
oh,
interviewed.
really? What channel is that on?
That was your artistic
Realities, right?
the creative forum.
Oh yeah, and I had Visionary Culture Radio a long time ago.
Yes.
Those are still up on Blog Talk Radio, actually, from back in the day.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
And
then we're going to start out. Go ahead, Alan.
I know. I
I'm
just want to
gonna
say,
go with
Victor,
Daniel.
people are asking for you to post your poem. Can you
I'm
do
pulling
that?
it up
We have a
right
couple of
now.
weeks.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
All right. So today's schedule, we're going to start in just a few minutes here with Sheila. She's going to start off the day and hopefully have time to also do an activation for us. Then following her, we have a pre-recorded interview from Jay. Is it with April as well, Joan, or just Jay on this one?
It's just with Jay and I.
All right, Jay, who's a conscious business, conscious marketer, also has a platform called Spiritually Raw TV, in which they do interviews with many different people. A lot of crossovers with Portal to Ascension, but mostly interview podcast style format, and really have joined forces with them on a lot of ways in the last year. So you're going to get to be introduced to Jay. Then we have Sarian Michael White, who has also been on our platform quite a few times. It's connected to multiple star beings. Definitely done quite a few events on his connection to the Arcturians and Earthseas and integration with humanity. Following him, we have Valeria Tingini. And Alan, you want to give a quick download?
She is a great friend of mine. She's been activated with real Kundalini energy, and she can pull in the divine states beyond the personality. And I saw that happen right in front of me when I was hosting a workshop for someone named Abdi, and she just went into this mode, and her life changed right there, and she's been tapped in to the higher realms since then. I think it was 2012. So it was very exciting, and she brings a lot of beautiful divine feminine information. So
nice. Super excited for her. And she's also going to be on our May 21st conference, Kundalini Online Conference, that Alan, Joe, and myself are producing on Portal to Ascension. So you're going to get a notification about that sometime soon. The next after that, we have Grant Cameron at 1 p.m. Pacific. He's definitely done a lot of work and legwork in regards to UFO disclosure and having his finger on the pulse, but he's taken a shift in the last few years to be really focusing on the experiencer, because he realizes the true disclosure is with the experiencer. So he'll be on.
Grant was one of the best researchers in the world on nuts and bolts and government documents. And he had an awakening. He said, well, it's not about hardware or document. It's about what's happening to people who are actually interacting. And he totally shifted from nuts and bolts to consciousness. So he's one of my favorite in the field of investigators.
And he'll be on the panel tonight as well. Okay, and I'm going to just drill through the rest of this, because I want to give Sheila at least 5 more minutes than her talk time, so we can get the activation too. Then we have Lori Spagna, who's up after that. Then CHIRAYA, who is right here with us, just told you what she's going to be presenting on. Paul Wallis at 3:40 Pacific. We're going to be going into his new book, Echoes of Eden. He was a pastor, found out that a lot of this stuff in Genesis had to do with star beams. So we're going to go into that. And then we have an amazing download from Vox Angelus, who's going to be doing a sound healing with her voice and other instruments, probably shamanic drum. Then we have Mary Rodwell, and then we're going to close out the day at 6 p.m. Pacific till around 7:30 with the ET disclosure and experiencer panel.
And who's on that panel, Neil?
So we have Flo is going to be there, Mary Rodwell, Grant Cameron, but I'm asking Geraldine to be there as well.
Well, she's in the next room. I can ask her myself.
Yeah, and then Joan will be on with us as well.
Great.
And then also make sure you let everybody know about Yumi, Joan, and Michelle coming up.
We're doing the Spirit of the Earth. We'll tell everybody during the day, but we're doing the Spirit of the Earth panel on Portal Ascension YouTube in like a week or so. That Joan, CHIRAYA, and Michelle is going to be basically on it, and it's just tapping into the spirit of the Earth and just like reflecting on Gaia, and the empowerment that comes through that.
Hey, do you want me to ask?
We have an integration workshop tomorrow.
Integration. We have we'll speak about that during the day, because I'm really trying to get to begin here, but we'll show that again later.
Do you want me to ask Igor to be on the UFO panel? Igor Galabal?
Ask him.
Okay.
The last thing I want to say is I want to give a shout out to Raji, who is now come on as working with Portal to Ascension. She was in the room a little while ago. I think she just left, but I just had a conversation with her this morning. I'm really excited. We're going to be working together quite substantially. She's helping me upscale many different things with the business, increasing the production value, helping with documentaries. So stay tuned for full feature Portal to Ascension documentaries at the end of this year, full on webisodes of intentional communities. And she's going to be a host on many events. So she's partnering up with Portal to Ascension on like almost every single level. So just wanted to like say her name. I wanted her to come on, but she can't come on this morning. So just giving her a quick shout out, and stay tuned for, tapping into her energy and her amazingness.
Can't wait for all that.
Let's do it, brother. Alan, do you want to introduce Sheila?
We'll introduce her together because
Okay, let's do it.
me and Neil have been working with Sheila, partnering in a beautiful connection. It just seems to flow. There's total agreement that we've been having in these special events. And I was so happy to bring your community, Neil, together with Sheila's community, and that's what we keep doing. We're not just connecting people, we're connecting vast numbers of people so we can all join in sharing wisdom each of us have. It's like no one person has all the truth, so we need to connect the dots.
Yeah.
And Sheila's done this beautifully with her Wish Alliance, and it was so radical when I heard it. This woman is creating a organization for walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids. That is cutting edge. That is beautiful. And Sheila is not just doing that because it's popular, but she is so passionate about her own transformation that she's dedicated her life to the awakening of new consciousness, expanding the boundaries of consciousness with her Wish Alliance.
Yeah,
So-
we do need to come together in order to really figure out how to work as a team and collaborate to make some real shifts, And as we've said multiple times, we all have pieces of the puzzle, and we're all doing it in our own beautiful, unique way. So coming together with Sheila, with Wish Alliance, and just using each other as a platform in order to increase the awareness on the planet of what's really going on, but ultimately how we can do the inner work so that we can really come to a place of inner peace and cultivate that in our external reality, right? So Wish Alliance is doing some amazing things, community events. We do 3 full productions a year together. The Hybrids Conference, the Walk-ins Conference, the Starseed Conference that Alan, myself, and Sheila do together, as well as, being featured on each other's platforms like all the time, right? So
Right.
we really figured out a way to just like completely like join forces on an unprecedented level.
It's beautiful. I have
Yeah.
to say, Sheila's been through her own very dramatic, incredible transformation, but she's also full of compassion, maybe because of that, and kindness and sincerity and helping. She's really here to help support the awakening of the planet and of humankind to this next level of reality. So thank you, Sheila, for everything
Definitely
you've
very sincere.
done and do and are doing and will do. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you guys. And, I appreciate both of you so much for all your friendship and your support and advisement. I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I want to give another shout out to you, Neil, for 14 years of amazingness, amazing programming, amazing bringing of people together and sharing and really having all of this conscious information. And Alan, too, you've been doing this, 25 years?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. 25. Yeah, we'll say
Wow.
25. 25 plus years. Yeah. And-
yeah.
yeah. And so I thank you guys so much from
Thanks, Sheila.
the bottom of my heart. And I'm going to try to go through my presentation. I tried to keep it really short and condensed because I'm really going to be piggybacking on a lot of information that people have been sharing, because over these past 2 days, it's like, wow, so much information has come forward. Mine is a little more personal about some of the light code and DNA activations that's been happening, and moving from shifting within these consciousness and timelines. I wanted to share that with people, but then I want to go through the wish site and then provide an activation, especially on this day of transformation. And so I'm really excited to be here, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Sheila.
So,
Okay, take it away.
It's all yours.
all right, so I'm going to go ahead and start by sharing my screen. And here we go. So, Ascension consciousness, that's what we've been talking about for over these past, not just 2 days, but all of us in our own ways have been working with this Ascension consciousness. We've been receiving messages in our dreams, in our meditations. We've really been up-leveling. We've been releasing. We've been letting go. And this is such an exciting time that I am grateful to be here. Now, I love this image because it shows that 3D-ness that we are all part of, as well as that 5D, and I like to say and beyond. And this little tunnel being this fourth dimensional, kind of like it's a push-pull type of energy that allows us to release and to let go and to heal all those lower vibrational energies and thought forms that no longer serve us. And over these past few days, I've had things that have come up and it's like, wow, I haven't thought about that, in a minute. And so I've been able to release and let go. And one of the things I would encourage everyone is throughout this day, when these speakers are talking, we have wonderful presentations out there, but just kind of close your eyes and allow the resonance of people's voices to really get in and start doing some of that digging in those cellular levels, because the reality is we are breaking through all these old paradigms. And when we get through one, then we see another one. It's like, oh gosh, wait a minute, I thought I worked through all of that. And so as you can see, we've got this little tunnel slide, is like what I like to call it, because being in 3D, obviously we're in 3D, but as our consciousness raises, we're able to see everything that's below us. So when we're operating in 4D consciousness, we can see the 3D consciousness that's in operation around us. When we're able to operate in that 5D consciousness, we're able to see the fourth and the third and the sixth. We can see the fifth, fourth, and third. And so the ticket is being able to stay in these consciousnesses, because no matter how much we meditate, no matter how much work that we're doing, life happens to us. And so the only thing that we can do is choose how we're going to respond to that. Now, one of the things that has been happening for me is, well, first off, like a couple years ago, this process started where I started shedding all this, intense rebalancing and just yuck that wasn't mine. But being a walk-in and coming into a body that's kind of like a used car, you have to get a new paint job, you have to put in a new carburetor, or I don't even know if they have carburetors anymore, but get to a place I think I've done all this work on, this huge intensity comes through. Thank goodness I've been told that the last of those intensities happened about 2 or 3 years ago. However, there's always going to be things that are coming up. Now, when I asked my collective about this, they began to talk to me about the reason that not just me, but all of us, the reason we have got to get rid of this energy is we have within us light codes that are being suppressed, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But what happened for me is I got this mass infusion. I had all of these waves of light that were just washing through me, and I could visualize literally I'm going to call it yuck, because the hoocha, I was seeing all this hoocha coming out of me as if I was taking this spiritual bath and pulling in divine light, and it really did shift and change. And this is the opening paragraph of the introduction of the new book that I'm writing. I'm actually in the editing phase of this, but I think it just kind of summarizes everything that we've been talking about here this weekend, where humanity is transitioning into the age of Aquarius, an astrological cycle when we, as a human species, shift from a place of duality into a new paradigm of multidimensional expanded consciousness and the truth of who we truly are as cosmological beings. We are on the precipice of a quantum leap in our ability to perceive and have extraordinary multidimensional experiences. This unfolding expansion propels us to a deeper understanding of ourselves, humanity, and our universal structure. Again, this entire weekend has been about this very thing. So just kind of close your eyes for a minute and breathe in that resonance, because that was written by my collective. And when I came in as a walk-in, I came in as an aspect of a collective of beings that prior to the incarnation I had merged consciousnesses with, and then we were acting as a single unit and we're here around the planet. But when I came in, I brought just a little bit. And then over time, I've been bringing more and more and more of that essence. So when it comes to projects like writing these books, it's kind of a no-brainer. They're like, oh, interview this person, this person, this person, this person, write this, do that. And so I'm very, very blessed to have them active in my life. Now, one of the greatest shifts of humanity is happening right now. And I don't know if anything similar to this has happened in any of human recorded history. I'm sure it has happened because I've been told that this is like the fourth ascension that has occurred. But as these higher waves of frequency, just continue to wash over the planet, they're bringing these high vibratory light codes, and they're embedding themselves into our DNA, and they're waking up our sleeping light codes. We have dormant DNA. And I found this saying, and I absolutely loved it and wanted to share it with you. It says, our DNA is like a genie in the bottle, except for their genes in the body. Connected to a unified field of the universe, they react to our thoughts to make our wishes a reality by attracting people, things, and experiences with what we desire the most. That is exactly what Neil was talking about this morning. The more we drop into the essence of who we truly are as a human, embodying more of our spirit essence, the more we're able to send out this ripple to the universe. And the universe acts as a mirror. So whatever we're sending out, they just send it back. It's not like, oh, today I feel like helping Sheila. Today I feel like helping Alan. That's not the way it works. It's whatever you send out is being sent back and magnetized to you. And the cool thing about all of the genes that we're talking about, everything is a reflection of source DNA, because that's what we are. And our souls are actually these holographic fractalizations actually of source experiences, for us to have these experiences and send that information back to source. And as we shift our consciousness, we're opening to receive more source energy and are able to express that higher divine unconditional love, compassion, cooperation, that unity consciousness that we've been talking about all weekend, where we, have this collaboration without competition. I think that's Michelle's the first person I heard say that. And then, of course, then we start talking about the we-evolution, how it's no longer an I or a me or a you, but it is a we. And as we embody this, we're able to pull in more of our source energy. Now, our biology is an expression of our spiritual DNA, our source codes. And all we have to do is to drop into stillness, call in more of our own light, and see this explosion. And I'm going to walk you guys through an activation that I like to do. I do this for myself pretty regularly. But as you can see, the DNA that is in this particular slide, I absolutely loved it, because you can begin to see how it's sparkling and how it's changing. And it is changing, because in a lot of my meditations, I have been seeing like a triple helix DNA. And I'm starting to receive more and more information about that. And of course, that triple helix then is also activating our DNA so that we as humanity can shift into these new light beings with this carbon silica based body, because that's what's going to happen when we're embodying these triple helixes. Now, I love this slide too, and I wish I could have found one to show you what I see. But once we're able to activate the DNA energy, it begins to release this matrix of deception that we've been shrouded in for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And it allows us to embrace that individual aspect of the source codes that are within us. And during my meditations, I've been taken above the earth. And as I look down, do you guys remember the pixie sticks that you could play with as kids, how you just lay them over top of each other? Well, that's some of the matrixing that I see. And this matrixing is there and it's in place to help us to have these human experiences, because we have to experience what we chose to experience. Let me say that. We chose to come here and we chose to experience this planet of duality, this planet of always questioning. And the coolest thing ever is the fact that when we came to this veil of forgetfulness that's over us, we're waking up anyway. We're remembering who we are. And I think that that is super cool. Now, the light codes, again, that are coming in to people, the more people I talk to, the more people are telling me that they're experiencing their psycho-spiritual 5D abilities. A lot of people are experiencing telekinesis. They were already clairaudient and clairvoyant and clairsentient and all the clairs, but they're kind of bumped up to this new level. Also, they're having these out-of-body experiences very easily, whereas before people were telling me that they had difficulty trying to get out of their body, trying to astral travel, or to even have lucid dreams. But now, because all of the 4D energy truly is anchored on this planet, we're able to, when we move into that fifth dimensional energy, that's where we can take control of those dreams and we begin to start manifesting. And I think lucid dreams are there to help us prepare for all of this 6th, 7th, 8th dimensional energy that we're going to be able to experience. Now, as I said, I talked to a lot of people, and people are telling me that even though they're having these phenomenal, miraculous experiences happen to them, that sometimes when they occur, they feel a little bit more lonely. They feel like that there's really nobody there for them. They don't know who to talk to. They don't know where to turn. And that is one of the reasons that the Wish Alliance was created, because so many people reached out to me after the walk-in conference that we did. Gosh, it was over a year ago. In January, actually, when we had that first Wish conference, I was inundated with people that was like, oh my God, I am not a walk-in, but everything you're telling me resonates so true to me. I have realized I'm a starseed, because you have to think about this. Walk-ins come from somewhere, okay? We're angelic. We are extraterrestrial. We are ultra-terrestrial, we are dimensional beings, we're inner earth beings, and we come from collectives. And so all of these experiences, and that's why I like the ALL in the Alliance, all of these experiences are able to fold beautifully into each other, because it doesn't matter what kind of experience we're having, they're all from the soul, and they're all soul experiences. And that soul energy, being the personality of this lifetime, then again is connecting back in with that source energy. And so I want to go through the Wish Alliance website. For those of you that have seen it, please forgive me for going through this again. Continue to add each
Hey,
and
Sheila,
every day. Uh-huh.
could you turn your video off just because every 5-6 minutes or so your video freezes or your sound goes down? So let's try to make the bandwidth increase. So just turn your, yeah, let's do it like that.
Okay, beautiful. And so with the Wish Alliance, we were a handful of individuals who came together to provide this multi-dimensional conscious evolution community for people. And the more people that came in, the more it became a movement. People were excited. They were inviting their friends. They were telling people about it. And to visit our website, it's wishalliance.org. Right on the front page, you can sign up to receive our weekly emails. We always try to keep what's happening with Portal to Ascension right here front and foremost. And you can see we've got JOAN coming up on Monday. Marina is coming up on Wednesday. So if you haven't already signed up, guys, hop on there, click, and get registered. We also have on Monday nights Conscious Awakening series, and I have this beautiful lineup of people who help to host this event. And we bring speakers from everywhere, from all genres. And like on Monday night, we have Campbell Foster coming, and he is a sound healer. And he kind of works with the binaural beats of the brain. And so if you plan to come to that, please be sure to bring your headphones. We also have on Thursday nights the Cosmic Conversations, and we have had some phenomenal speakers. So if you've missed any of those speakers, you can go and click on our past speakers for 2022 and 2021. And this just gives you a little bit more information about what really makes the Wish Alliance tick. If you've never read anything about the Wish Alliance, you can go to our About section and find out more information. You can go to the Alliance section and find out who all is involved. But here you can see that Wish is an alliance of walk-ins, indigos, starseeds, and hybrids who are here to be in service to humanity. And I think everyone that's watching this today, you have moved into those higher consciousness realms. And regardless of what job you have, I bet you that in some form or fashion, you too are in service to humanity. Let me hop over here, and I want to share our wonderful group of ambassadors that we have. And these ambassadors are here to serve as a support for anyone who's having these experiences. And you can see we have a plethora of talent right here on the Wish Alliance. And somebody said they're calling this the Galactic Yellow Pages. And so, regardless of what you're looking for, you probably are going to be able to find it here. And we have all these beautiful people just ready to assist you. Now, one of the things I want to highlight are all of the various services. If you are looking
One more time, sorry. All we see is the screen of the web page, but we don't see the drop downs or anything else showing anything else.
Okay, well, I must have a funky internet this morning, so let's just send some good energy out there and strengthen this signal.
Maybe stop your screen share and start again. Let's see if that works.
Sure. Okay.
And share the desktop, not the PowerPoint.
Right.
Or whatever you're sharing. Yeah, share the desktop.
No, I'm sharing the desktop. Whoops, I click here to go to the desktop. So there we go. So can you see the drop down?
No, still we don't see it.
Okay, well, I apologize for that, guys. I'll just read the drop down to you. But if you will check it out, you'll be able to see it on wishalliance.org. We have activations and DNA repair. We have Akashic readings, astrology, oracles, regular tarot readings, Angelic and Ascended Master information. There's counseling, coaching, and mentoring. We have people who offer channeling as well as teach you how to channel. We have extraordinary and mysterious and the unexplained. We have extraterrestrial star family healing and integration services. And integration services are for those people who are just waking up, that are really looking to get their feet underneath of them. We also have an integrative medicine section and spiritual practices. Now, on the artisan section, I'm very, very happy, and I'm so regretful that you can't see this. But on our artisan section, we have beautiful art and film and poetry and music. And right next to the artisan section are the forms. So if you are interested in becoming part of this movement, if you're looking for a community, you can sign up to attend the meetings, because yes, we have these phenomenal speakers, but at the end, we open up and everyone gets to interact with the speakers. They get to interact with each other, and they get to share. And I think that that is very, very important. So, you know, to grow this community, everyone has to be able to come from that experiential point of view. So we have the ambassador and the artisans application, the author application, book reviews. We have a meditation application, a new section called Share Your Story. And this is for individuals who have something that they want to share with the world. It doesn't have to be super long. It can be about your spiritual awakening. It can be about a miracle that happened. Gosh, Joan, you could probably fill this whole site up with all the miracles in your stories from Miracle Mondays. But everybody has these miracles that are happening in our lives. And so one of the things that I am looking to do is to be able to bring this community together and to be able to offer support to people who really need it. First off, that is part of my mission as being a way shower. When I walked into this body, I agreed that I was going to help get people ready for the ascension. And you know, we've been ascending since the dawn of time, but this is different because this is an inward ascension. Sorry about that. So as we wake up, you know, we can experience 10th dimensional consciousness right here in these 3D bodies on this planet. But once we all reach that critical mass, we will shift into a new body, will shift into a new world. And I know a lot of people right now are trying to build conscious communities. And I think that these conscious communities are also another way that's just helping us to prepare for the shift. And so that is basically the presentation that I have brought to you guys today. But what I'd like to do is provide an activation. So if you could just go ahead and close your eyes. And if you'll just take some deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth. And let's just take 4 of these deep cleansing breaths together, in through our nose and out through our mouth. And at this time, I would like for you to look inside of your heart. And you're going to see a beautiful white flame. And with every breath that you take, breathe that flame up till it gets higher and higher until it's completely filling the entirety of your chest, residing just below the skin. And now take this flame up, move it to the head, all the way down the shoulders, the elbows, into the fingers, down the back, completely filling the core of the body to the hips, all the way down the legs, the ankles, the toes. Make sure that this light is completely filling you up. This is your divine spark. This is your fractalization point, your connection with that pure divine source energy. And now this energy is going to begin to fold in on itself, and it's going to begin to spin. And as it does, it gets brighter and brighter and hotter and hotter. And it's clearing away any physical blockages that you have in your being. Just let the light dissolve it. And just take a real quick inventory of the body. See if you see any dark spots, any spots that show up as color. If it does, bring that white light to it and just eradicate them. If you have an ache or a pain in your knee, focus on the area, see the light just kind of clearing and cleansing everything away. And now with your next exhalation, I want you to pop that energy out all around the body, surrounding 360, front, back, top, bottom, all around, and expand it out to completely fill your aura. So if you were having your hands fully extended, it would extend about 2 to 3 inches past your fingertips, above the head, and below the feet, completely filling this entire area with white light. And now from above is a beautiful golden ball that's going to open up and is going to pour this golden liquid all down this auric field, all beneath you. And as it touches on the bottom, just like that, it solidifies. And it's harder than any known substance on this planet. And it sparkles and it dances as if it had 1,000,000 diamond-esque lights. And now with your next breath, pull all of that light back into your own physical body, allowing it to reside just beneath the skin. And you see a little bitty golden globe just above your head that opens up, and you get another coat, but this time it's just around the body. And this too is a shield of protection. And now I want you to imagine that you're standing in a beautiful open meadow. There's trees all around. You're singing. It's a beautiful, perfect day. There's a rippling brook. You can hear the water flow. And to the east, we call on the energy of Archangel Raphael to come and to create this beautiful template around our bodies. We ask that you bring your green sword of healing, and that every one of us on the top of our aura, and now that green light completely enshrouds our physical, our emotional, our mental, and our spiritual bodies. Because remember, nothing but the highest divine light can penetrate this protective shield. And we ask that this healing, this green light now penetrate all of the cells of our body, going into each and every cell, into the mitochondria, into the DNA, activating those telomeres and awakening those light codes that may be dormant. We ask now that you bring your sword and you touch us in our third eye to help clear away anything that is keeping us from our highest divine spiritual light. And we ask that the 4 winds of the air come and wash away anything that no longer serves us. And to the south, we evoke Archangel Michael and ask him to bring his blue flame of healing, of protection. Create a protective shield around each and every one of us. Allow it to meld with that beautiful golden shield. Penetrate inside into our auric field, into our spiritual, our mental, our emotional, down to that physical body. Allow it to protect each and every cell from illness, from any kind of degeneration, from anything that's going to keep us small. Allow us to expand. Allow us to evoke those spiritual light sources and allow her to bring that into our bodies and activate those cells now. Clear away any emotion that no longer serve us. And now to the west, we call on Archangel Gabriel to come, to bring your beautiful crystalline flame sword. Tap each and every one of us on top of our auric shield and create this beautiful purity of light around us that nothing but the highest divine light can ever penetrate this shield. And to reactivate it, all we have to do is think about it, snap our fingers, and therefore it is done. We ask that you open up pure communication so that we may collaborate, create unity and strength among ourselves. And from the north, I call on Archangel Uriel to come. You are the gateway to source. Come and bring your red flame. Come and penetrate our auric shield. Bring that flame within so that we have that spiritual fire that burns deep within each and every one of us. And from above, we call on Metatron to open up the gateways of the universe, to create this crystalline grid around us, this crystalline dome of protection, this crystalline dome that will pull in more of the universal knowledge that we need to assist us in our earth walk. And we call on Archangel Sandalphon to come and to be with us now and to activate the crystalline grids within the earth. We ask that they begin to spin and create that energy wherever we are, that it begins to come and to move. It comes and moves into our body, and it activates the blueprint, the crystalline blueprint around each and every one of our bodies so that our divine purpose is activated now. And now, having called in from the east, the south, the west, the north, above and below, we thank you for having come and brought this beautiful healing energy, this activation energy. We ask that this energy continue to work in our lives each and every day. And we now release you in love and in light. And we are so grateful for this day of transformation. And so it is. Aho. So when you're ready, take a couple cleansing deep breaths in and out. Just kind of let the energy, kind of move through the body. Maybe move the feet around, the neck, the shoulders, the arms, the hands. And so it is. And I want to wish everyone a wonderful transformation and ascension day. Woohoo!
Oh my God, Sheila, and the comments in the chat.
Oh,
That was so powerful. So, guys, you can sign up and be with Sheila tomorrow night, by the way, because every
yes.
Monday night, Sheila has, Wish Alliance has a wonderful speaker intimate gathering, right?
Yes, we do. And all you have to do is go to wishalliance.org and sign up. Or if you want to do any work with me personally, if you want to have your own blueprint activated, if you want to have any type of healing work done, if you need crystalline work done on your land, regardless of where you are, I can walk you through these steps and we can do this together. I provide a lot of long distance services, and you can check that out on SheilaSeppi.com. And if you sign up to be on my mailing list, you'll get the first chapter of my book, Walk-Ins, Cosmology of the Soul, free. And then if you visit the website Walk-Ins, that's walk-ins.org, I have all of the individuals that was in that book listed on the site with a synopsis of their experiences. I have the introduction. I have the forward listed, so you can get the forward, the introduction, and then there's also a questionnaire that you can complete if you think that you may be a walk-in. And then if you are, you have this whole community waiting with open arms to embrace you.
I want everyone to know that a few weeks ago, I had a session with Sheila because I knew I was kind of a walk-in, but not like her. I had a different kind of experience. It's like I've just gradually awakened to the realization I'm not the same person I was born. And the session was so powerful. I highly recommend it as integration and even a starting point. So Sheila, we love you so much. I want to just thank you for being on. And we are going to talk about our next guest next. So I love you
Thank you.
dearly.
Have a blessed day. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. So guys, I have a video interview to show you of an interview that I did with my dear friend Jay Mata. He's actually part of a group, April and Jay Mata, spiritual entrepreneurs, and they are hosts of quite an active show called Spiritually Raw, the Ass Whipping Truth. Yes, I said that, and it's named that. And they expose and explore controversial truths, myths, and theories surrounding the spirit world and also our 3D and fifth dimensional worlds. Over the past 10 years, they interviewed 2,000 plus people worldwide searching for the truth, exploring the spirit world, and assisting with the ascension of our planet. I will put links to their subscriber-based channel, and you can also find them on YouTube. But you will, and they do some amazing things. They're very inquisitive minds. They ask questions of everyone. They are dedicated to a conscious awakening and also conscious business practices. So Jay and April have a program where they have not only an Ascended Master store, but they also teach people how to broadcast. And if you are a broadcaster wannabe, they are there. You should. Anyway, they're perfect for you. I will put all links up. Okay, I'm going to show you a video of the interview I did with them. So give me a second so I make sure that I actually, okay, give me 1 second. I had it ready to share a video. It's got to be it. Well, where? Okay, keep going. All right. All right. There we go. Well, guys, hi. We're at the time I'm about to introduce a very special friend of mine, Jay Mata and April. April's not here, but they are actually an amazing team of spiritual entrepreneurs. And their brand is actually that they teach the ass whipping truth, which I have to say is true. They expose and explore controversial truths, myths, and theories surrounding the spirit world, the dimensional, the metaphysical world. And over the past 10 years, they have interviewed over 2,000 people worldwide, searching for the truth, exploring the spirit world, and assisting with the ascension of our planet. So you will actually find Jay and April to be entertaining, enlightening, straightforward, no nonsense approach, bold. These are great words because they really describe Jay. Bold, brutally honest, a savvy sense of humor. I'm not biased for sure. They're not biased, and they're just inquisitive minds searching for answers like everyone else. And so their guests range from investigators, people like me, debunkers, skeptics, conspiracy, all the things, guys, that you and I are always interested in, and they're dedicated to helping people like us and their businesses. And I definitely wanted to share that with you too, to harness the power of their higher self and awaken the ascended master within. So
That's
Jay,
right.
you are an ascended master yourself.
Wow. I love
And I'm, I just adore you. I just have such a feeling of affection and fondness since I first met you.
Likewise, John. Thank you.
And you have, to me, a very high vibrational frequency. At first, it reminded me of being a New Yorker, because I'm a New Yorker, like that high, intense passion, for everything you do.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's just this gig we do, right? It keeps you, when you're talking like this, all with people, your soul sisters and brothers. I mean, you're there, you get there, you vibe high, So it just keeps you at that state. Next thing you know, it just becomes a way of existence.
Well, how did you step into doing all this, you and April?
We were always on the search. I mean, honestly, it was like our background, we had some really great businesses in the financial services world, and I've served us really well. But our this is our thing. We've always just felt very, very inquisitive about what's out there, the supernatural, the concept of everything that everybody talks about, and that's just, to me, was just always just more fun to want to learn about. You know what I mean? And like always that mystery, the magical, all the sense of all that. So we started doing that, and we figured the best way for us to learn it would be to interview people, because it was just, neither one of us are ones that'll, April maybe more than me, but I definitely don't. I don't like to sit and read. I'm not at that point in my life where I just like to read stuff. I don't like reading at all. And so it's like, this is great. I'm like, this is going to be the way I can learn. So we were like, let's do this. And we started interviewing people, and it turned into a show.
Spiritually raw. That just gets me in my soul, I think, that whole concept.
Yeah, me too.
So that's your full-time thing. You're interviewing, you're interviewing people all through the week, but you're also doing some other things too. I know you have an Ascended Master shop. I mean, you have a lot of things going on. So share with us a little bit about that and how that helps people. So
we have the Spiritually Raw, which is our day job, if you would call it, right? And then we have the Ascended Master store, and that's really as a result, Joan, of people always contacting us after the interview. Then they would be like, hey, how do I get a hold of Joan you just interviewed? Where do I get her? So we're like, you know what? Let's just put up a store, make it very easy for people. So when people go to ascendedmasters.store, they're going to see everybody there. How it helps people is this. So generally when someone is reaching out for, like, let's say a course or learning, hey, who do I get a session from or anything like that, they got to read or whatever. What we do is we interview the person. You know what I mean? We'll interview that person for 5-7 minutes or so, and we'll just kind of talk to them, help get a vibe for them. So this way, the audience, all they have to do is click on a very brief video of Joan and say, all right, I'm in love with her. How do I book a session with her? We bring out that energy. So that's what Ascended Masters does. It lets the person go through, save so much time, so much energy, and get connected with someone, because they're going to know in just a few moments whether they vibe with that person or not. They have courses there and stuff that are going to help people on their journey called life too. That's all there. That's so interesting. So you yourself, well, you are a content provider because you're doing your shows, but you're actually picking the brains of all the content providers out there. Let me see if I understand what your mission is on this planet, to actually find the people that have the insight, wisdom, and truth, and then present them to their tribe, in a sense. Yeah. Right? So that's conscious awakening. Yeah, so I figured my role in this existence is, you're right, I'm not I'm not the guy that's going to be like, oh, here's what you know what I mean? My opinions and views on things, but then I look at, you know, people like yourself, others, and I'm like, well, they have some fantastic messengers. You know, let me be really good at helping highlight them. You know what I mean? Let me work on that as my gift or my contribution to humanity is to highlight them, help them shine so their message gets clearer, because they're doing the hard work in there. You're doing the hard work in there. You know, let's bring that to light. So that's where I really, you know, me and April really come to a, you know, really good resolve on that one. That's our gig. That's our contribution. It's like, you know, our job is to make sure the messengers shine brighter than the brightest star.
So in a way, then you're kind of a gathering for people who are looking for information on how we can ascend and how we can find the right people to connect us with. So Jay, my question is, okay, so I'm assuming that you've got a lot of awareness and having interviewed thousands and thousands of people. And so what have you come to on this thing about ascension? What are we all kind of seeking for? What is that about, do you think?
You know, I think in anything right now, it's, you know, we just have to really be super careful when we take a look at it, because there's so many moving parts. There's so many interpretations of it. What I can only share with you what we personally do, okay? And really we are really personally just spending so much time within, more and more. So the ascension process for us is really working more within, getting within. We don't know about all this that's coming or not coming, or that's going to show or not show, or this person that's saving us or not saving us. We don't know. We can only speculate. Maybe people have seen them, maybe they haven't. Again, I'm not here to comment on that so much, but I really think the ascension process is that, from what I've learned throughout interviewing so many people, and what I get out of it is, I think our where we are going to be super strong moving forward and not go against each other and not get insane. And I think the Great Awakening is going to be something where we start to look within ourselves a lot deeper. You know what I mean? And we got to take a look at things that we know that don't energetically make us feel good. You watch stuff and you know, like, oh, that was awful. I didn't want to watch it, but you still watch it. You know what I mean? Or that was that, but you still watch it. You know what I mean? Those things, it's like, I think at some point in time, humanity, we're all going to need to make a choice and be like, you know, maybe I just shouldn't turn that on for a minute. Maybe I should shut down that kind of conversation, because Joan, you know me well enough. I don't want to talk about all love and lighting and all that. I mean, the world is the world, right? But if you constantly are getting roped into, you know, hey, this event is going to happen on this day, this person's having a meeting on this day, this is happening, you're falling into the concept of the matrix. You're walking right into their hands. Even though you may think that there's being good stuff that's coming as a result of that, you know, this person's going to sign this paperwork today and we're all going to be free after 20 trillion years. Even though you think something's good out of that, no, it's not. You're falling right back into the trap is what you're doing. That's exactly what's happening. You know, that stuff right there shouldn't affect people's lives. So I'm getting that out of that. It's like, well, you know, listen, we interview people, right, and listen, have your thing and share your stuff, because in my opinion, all of this is very real. All of this is very possible. It's someone's stream of consciousness that they're connecting with. And that's our job, is to say, hey, there's a stream, you connect with it. Good. I hope it helps, you know?
So, yeah, so I agree with you. There's so much going on right now, Jay, that it's really hard to keep track. And, you know, between the outside world, we'll call it that way, the outside world attacking us mentally, physically, spiritually, in all ways, you know, how do we keep our sanity? How do we raise our vibration during these times?
You gotta be open to the fact, and this is something that people, and it's just interpretation. So remember, everything we talk about, they're words. I understand energy, but there's words, right? But we gotta function. I don't know, like that many people, you know, I know there's people that see things and they have, you know, had these witnessings of all these different things. But for the rest of us that haven't, you know, I would say the best way for you to do this is to function as if you're the God and you are the goddess of this world. You know what I mean? And I don't mean that from a worshiping standpoint, like worship me or bow down to me. I don't mean that at all. I'm talking about creation. I'm talking about get your house tight. Because if your house is not tight, mind, body, spirit, prosperity, then you shouldn't be worrying about anybody else's house at this present. You know what I mean? You really shouldn't be. Get your stuff straight. then go ahead and move on to the next. That's how you start to become valuable. And if you focus on that, what I believe will happen, and I can only share with experience here, is you'll be working. This is an ongoing journey. There's no like completion of this task, if you would. It's when you start doing this, then you're going to start to maintain the vibration at a very high place. You're going to start to manifest things. You're going to start to see things come into your life that you've been looking for, or thinking about. Your thought process is going to change. You start to just, what do they say? I don't know. Joan, you probably more is that with your background, is that, if you do so many things every day, it becomes a habit for how many ever days, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's the same concept. You do it enough, it's going to now become who you are.
It's like the 100th monkey theory, that when you see people doing it, you start to do it too. But, I have to say that, we're in treacherous times. That's all I could say. And personal responsibility is huge now. Like your ability to discern, your ability to interpret. I have a new word for it. I call it the shit detector. See, hear, interpret, and translate. But you said something interesting. It's like, how do you become valuable? And so what do you mean by that, in a sense? How do we become valuable? And valuable to who? In what way?
So valuable is always to be determined, right? As far as one's value and who you're going to do. But here's how you start. The first part is to start it, right? So, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. So what you do is right? So you really just, like, for example, like what we're doing right here, you and I were talking about how you had like 5 events this week. I'm doing this thing. This is the stuff we talk about. It's like, maybe you don't want to have your own show. Maybe it's just a matter of you doing a Zoom conference or whatever, or video conference with 3 or 4 of your friends. When you start speaking in this kind of way, your vibrations start to rise naturally. They start to go into a place because now you're having this. You don't think about, like right now, for example, I'm not thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about what happened in the past. I'm in the present in this moment. What it does is it keeps you in the present of this moment. It's the only thing that I've figured out, other than some sort of psychedelic drug or whatever thing like that, that can keep you in the present in this moment. So what we recommend to people is like, look, if you will start consistently doing either again, if you don't want a show, don't have a show, don't have to publicize it. Start getting into these kind of conversations with people. I can assure you within 30 days, your life will change. You will not even recognize yourself. In 30 days, you wouldn't even recognize yourself, Joan. You would be like, oh my gosh, I said that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh, this is how I acted like. You're going to be very, very changed, because what happens is you start to bring out this, you vibrate. When you vibrate, you get more of a connection with the universe. When you vibrate at that level, Joan, the clearing of what you get is it's the most, like what I'm doing right now with you is, and much love to you for allowing this to happen. This is so healing for me. And I hope it is for, you know what I mean? And that's what we're trying to get out. This is where it starts. You got to release what you know, or what you think you know. Then from there, you're given more from the universe, and you keep doing it. And next thing you know, you become one with the universe. That's where I'm at with that.
Okay, as you're talking, so, I love working with you because I feel like we vibe back and forth, and then we continue to fly. But yeah, it's true for me too. So Miracle Monday, I've been doing every Monday for years and years, on and off since 2018. And I know that there are days I don't really feel like doing it, but as I get into the mode of it, it's literally, I can feel my energy shift. And then it starts to really clear. And then by the time we go live, I'm like on fire with excitement, and it never gets old to me. Does this ever get old to you? Do you go, God, April, do we really have to keep doing this? Like, what keeps you motivated to keep going?
This feeling I get, it keeps my vibes high. Like I said, it's the only thing that I know of that I can measure that says, okay, what, there's supplements and all that stuff, blah, 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 lifestyle changes. But really at the end of the day, getting to talk like this, getting to do this, it's like, I'm allowing that stuff that I think we all inherently agree that we have stuff within us that we have to unlock, unleash, right? I'm allowing that to be unleashed right now, and that's a super healthy thing. Once it's like a game of sorts, right? You unlock one level, another one unlocks. Then you get deeper into it. And I'm not talking about going down a rabbit hole. I'm talking about within yourself. You find out what else what else is possible. Hey, what else can I do? This is exciting stuff. That's what keeps me going. It's exciting stuff. When you're doing this, you don't. You don't walk away from it as like I did my job. You walk about it as like, man, this is such a blessing. It really is to get to.
So you get, I mean, actually, I know a lot of people would love a job like this. Like I can just interview, but it goes think about, like you, because I don't always see you being interviewed enough. So it's actually exciting to have you on the back end here. Well, so with everything that's going on for people this year, okay, what's a good takeaway for them? How can they really help manage their energy and start to be part of this great awakening?
What I would say how they can manage their energy is to really, again, start to bring it back to center. Because we're all, no matter what's happening right now, I mean, people think things have changed, yeah, there's more awareness of it, but there's just a lot of stuff still going on. I mean, there's too many diversions right now. Bring stuff to center right now. I would say try this on for maybe 30, 60 days. If it doesn't technically affect your life, don't tune into it. Just try to disconnect from it. You know what I mean? If the president of Russia right now is about to sign a document in 15 minutes, don't worry about it, because I promise you at this point in time, it's not going to affect what you just go into your thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that kind of stuff, give it a minute. Give your psyche, give your body a break from that for a second. Just for a minute. Let your own shit get together. You know what I mean? Get your house straight first, and then you're strong enough to be able to use, and then that's how you learn discernment. Because then you're like, wait a minute, that doesn't feel right. Okay, I can go there. You know what I mean? That's how you do it.
You're absolutely right with that, Jay. And, I teach people how to get into neutrality, because I don't think we can affect change if we're being emotional, angry, or frightened. And our fear, I've been discovering that this universe of ours gives us back exactly what we put back. So if we expect war, we get it. If we expect peace, we get it. If we expect abundance or mastery, we get it. So it is so much, because we're in this universe is interacting with us at all times. Totally. And giving us what we're asking for.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. I mean, some belief systems think that this is foretold. I personally think we wrote it out as we went. You know what I mean? That's what I think, but that's just my opinion.
That's kind of an interesting. Okay, so yeah, so we're writing it, we're making it up as we go along. Well, then if we're going to make it up as we go along, let us interject into the timeline then these positive outcomes and these tools of abundance and manifestation that can help us with that. So we have a few more minutes. What are your thoughts on 3D, 5D? How do we interact between the two of them?
Well, so the first thing is, like, I'd like to really interview the person who was able to identify the number. You know what I mean? 3D, 5D. That's the most fascinating thing about this whole thing for me, is who the hell came up with the number, right? And how'd you get that information? But in all seriousness, so I take a look at 3D as like we're here in 3D. So really to help compartmentalize it for people, we're here in 3D. And I think that what happens is we take a look at, there's so much being sold about the greatness of 5D and as a consciousness level. That's fine, that's great. But also to realize that we live in 3D. So why not bring 5D to us, this concept of 5D, however you interpret it, and enjoy the hell out of 3D. Enjoy that. We live here. Why think like, oh, I live in 3D, this world sucks, I'm in chain, I'm in a prison planet, blah, 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 blah. Get that out of your head. Bring it to you and enjoy where you live right now. Because here's what happened. Yes, okay, there's a real possibility, Joan. Timeline's over here, this dimension's over here. Real thing, I could be like worth $20 billion over here, but right now, I'm still feeling myself right at this minute. So I need to fix it again. Let me get that taken care of. So I would say, the concept of consciousness, dimensions, whatever you want to call it, work on bringing it to where you're at right now, because you know where you're at. You can feel yourself, you feel it, you get hungry, you get hurt, you get happy, you get whatever, you feel it. So the things that you feel, bring that to make this place better for you. And it can be, it really can be a heaven on earth experience for people.
Yes, I agree. It is the be here now philosophy, but be here 100%. And I see that somehow we have to bring back pieces of our soul
Yeah.
that we actually fragmented and gave away, you know, at different periods of our life. And so wholeness is when we start bringing back our power, our thoughts, our consciousness. And it's really, really important to trust. So, you know, one of the things I find fascinating about you too is you're a huge brainstormer. You know, you call it your mastermind. I'm a mastermind myself. I love masterminding. I like it because it brings new ideas and out of the box concepts. Like we've masterminded.
Yeah. Yeah, it keeps it all moving. You know, it's a muscle, it's a machine. You have to keep it flowing, right? So it's really healthy. It's really, you know, I see a lot of people and there's like they're in the chat rooms and things, and they contribute some really cool stuff and they say some really good things. And my first instinct is always like, hey, get out and talk about that. Go with that deeper. You know what I mean? Let's, you know, push those boundaries. Get that, because you know, when you talk about it, you create it. You know, our words are reality, right? So we're actually, that's where I get back into, like, I think if we start talking about it, we can write our own story along the way. You know, if we simply think about it and chat around it, if we stare at a vision board, I don't think that's going to happen. You know what I mean? So take the vision board and then talk about it. Talk it. You know what I mean? Talk through it too. Like, okay, that's my vision board. Now, how do I get through it? Let's talk through it. Find someone who energetically matches with you on that vision board and talk through it. You're creating something. Just staring at the damn thing isn't going to do anything.
That's actually really brilliant. So you take it out of here,
Yeah.
and you actually, you know, actualize it, put it out in motion. And that is actually what I resonate with you about, Jay. You're very pragmatic. So one of the reasons I found Jay about a year and a half ago for the audience is that I was looking to be on a new network. You know, and also looking for the concept, well, how do you actually make money doing shows? And Jay, you're spiritually raw, and not only your show's great, but you actually have programs in place that help take people from taking your own ideas and putting them out in the world. Yeah, and you're pretty good at that.
Thank you.
Talk about being an ally for that.
Yeah, so we created, so our 10 years of journey of getting in the broad, we were doing videos before YouTube was a real thing. You know, it was there, it was just not a real, you know, it wasn't like how we see it today, but we were doing videos. So this is really our 10 years of journey of like, okay, how do we do this? Not so much the technical parts of it, because that can be figured out with anybody really. It's the business side of it. Like, how do I turn this into something where I can support my family, I can support me, maybe I can have the dreams of my life, whatever I want to do with it, right? How do you do that? So we get into that. We have a course that's called The Secrets to Broadcasting Riches. And that really teaches people the dynamics of how to, once you're in the vehicle, how to get that humming for yourself. Where do you go? What do you do next? How do you say? What do you talk about? How do you title yourself? Those things that come up. What is going to be at the end of the day your competitive edge? Meaning, out of 1,000,001 shows that show up, why would anybody want to watch you? Right? So we really work with people at that level and just help them there. So that's called The Secrets to Broadcasting Riches. And then we have the flip side of that. It's called The Secrets to Interview Riches. That's for people who are saying, hey, I'm going to go on shows. I'm going to want to talk about my new book or my new course or my sessions I do or whatever I do, how they can go on other people's shows and not mess it up, right? You know what I'm saying? How they know
Right.
how to deliver their
Embarrass
message
yourself.
properly. Yeah, you know, get yourself prepared. That's it. Because you got that one shot.
Yeah, and that is true. It's like just now, how do you shift your energy so that you can reach people, be authentic, be yourself, and have fun on a show? Like we're having fun, just sort of chatting back and forth. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're gonna kind of close in a second, but I want people to know why they're gonna find you, where they're gonna find you, and why. So the first thing is you have your show, Spiritually Raw. You have it on YouTube, but you have your own channels.
Yep.
So let's talk about that. Because you have guys, he has the most fascinating guests. Everyone that you really want to know about has been on Spiritually Raw.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We have spirituallyraw.live, and that was built as a result of censorship. So everything we put on YouTube, like when you go to YouTube right now, you're going to see maybe a little promo about something, because that's about all we can do. Otherwise, we keep getting shut down. So like anybody else, I mean, I don't even whatever. That is what it is. So
It is what it is.
it is what it is. So you go to spirituallyraw.live. It's completely uncensored. We talk about anything. We talk about everything. The guests have the freedom to talk about anything and everything. Just recently, over this last couple of months, which is cool, Joan, is we've actually been, we just figured out how to go live on there. We were always able to do it. We just figured out how to do it. And so now we can actually stream live on spirituallyraw.live, right? And so now people could chat and with us and really engage with the guests. So that's a pretty cool experience. So that's really good there.
Is that uncensored?
Complete 100%, 100% uncensored.
That's important for people now to know that, Jay.
Yeah, it really is. And then if they go to catalog, spirituality.live, they can go to catalog and they can look through all the shows we got, the different topics, everything, the guests we've had, and see who they resonate with. Is pretty cool there. So that's our baby. You know what I mean? That's what keeps us, I would say, that's what keeps us sane. It's to be able to, we get to talk through that. So, and it just happened to be turn out with the blessing of being a business. So that was pretty cool.
Well, you're a full-time broadcaster, and I get it, because I am too. This is my passion, sharing wisdom and information with people. So, okay, so they can go on that. Now let's tell them a little bit about the Ascended Master. So where can they find, if we have some closet broadcasters here who are ready to go get out there with your messages, where would they go?
So they go to ascendedmasters.store, and then my email is askspirituallyraw@gmail.com. They can email me directly with any questions, and we could just talk about it, find out what it is they want to do. Because people sometimes they just need like, hey, here's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I think this is even doable. The whole thing, and the reason we called it Ascended Masters is really for people to get really comfortable and confident in being bold in what they needed to say. Who says that we're not ascended masters? Who says there's only 5 or 6 of them, whatever you read in a book? I mean, that's what they say. That's what's in a book. But who says that's for real? Who says that we're not? Who says we don't have lineages or this? We don't know. But you know what? Nobody else is here to tell us we shouldn't. You know what I mean? Nobody came down from the sky and said, don't say that. So you know what? Until they say that, we're ascended masters. So get into the motion of being into that frame of mind, and we're seeing, which is the coolest thing we are seeing people that are maybe they're very gifted, Joan, maybe not as known at this point in time, but we see their confidence levels go through the roof. That's just the most beautiful thing to see. Their light shines. You know what I mean? Their light shines. They get connected with other people. They're like, oh, we're doing shows with this person now. I'm doing shows with that person. I got interviewed here, and their energy. And that's the whole premise of Ascended Masters. It's more than just a place where you can find out. It's really a place to get connected with, soul sisters and brothers that you resonate with. Take what you want and throw the rest away, like everything else in life. But it's a fantastic place. That is awesome to just witness that out, and to be part of that's pretty cool. So if they want to know more about that, they can email me. We just talk through it.
All right. Well, I'm going to put all the links in the chat. This has been fantastic. I miss April. I want you to give her our love. One day I'll get you both on my show.
For sure.
Unable. Okay. Let's see, everyone. We are done with that video. Can you guys hear me, Victor?
Yes, I hear you loud and clear.
Sweet. All right. So that's Jay and April Matta, Spiritually Raw. And I highly recommend, especially if you're looking for, entrepreneurial, spiritual entrepreneur. All right. My video is not working, but yours is. So, Reverend Dr. Victor, why don't you introduce our amazing guest? I'm so happy to see you, Sarian. I'm just the voice from heaven right now.
It's my pleasure to introduce Sarian Michael White. His research into UFOs, ancient civilizations, human origins, and the hidden history of the world took a dramatic turn during his first year of college when he started having out-of-body experiences. Research turned into exploration as he learned how to travel dimensionally and through time in the out-of-body state. Soon he began receiving visitations from angels and ETs that showed the living records of Earth and other worlds. Now, more than 25 years later, he's sharing what he's discovered through a unique journey and process of research, revelation, and psychic exploration. As an author, channel, spiritual historian, and somewhat of an out-of-body archaeologist, Sarian is a guide to the portals and time capsules of living memory that are now opening, helping people attune to what is coming online in the human chakra system with his stories and information. His first book, Roya Sands and the Bridge Between Worlds, weaves truth into fiction as a young woman discovers her mysterious connection to a lost civilization living inside the earth. It is my pleasure to introduce Sarian Michael White. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. I'm so excited to be here. Many blessings to all of you tuning in, and for those of you that have been holding the space for this beautiful online gathering. I was sitting in meditation this morning to see what wanted to come in that was really fresh and new and focused on who would be showing up and tuning in to this particular presentation. And I'm really excited to share with you what I feel is going to be a beautiful presentation / live activation. This is all about connecting to our highest potential and really channeling the creative energies of ascension and light and love coming into the world. And there's a specific way that we're going to be tapping into that with this next little segment that I'm so excited to host for you. So get relaxed, take everything off your lap, and just set aside all of your thoughts, concerns, your mental processing. We're all getting flooded with information all the time, and right now we want to kind of relax more into a heart space, into a right brain connection with the field of unity consciousness that is strengthening in the world. And we're going to start out with a little bit of a clearing. We're going to do some work with some of these beautiful sacred crystal bowl beings that I have, and we're just going to tune you up. We're going to fluff up your auric field and support you to just get more in alignment with what's available to you. And I want to preface this little live activation presentation by saying that it's been made very clear to me that the amount of light and healing energy and divine guidance and the field of unity consciousness that is available to us right now in the world, that has been firmly anchored, that we can now be in a process of absorbing, integrating as we clear out anything that is not in resonance with these higher frequencies. The amount of these resources that are available to us energetically in this now moment is much, much, much greater than what most people are even able to integrate or utilize. So we want to start to look at what we can do in terms of healing ourselves and doing more clearing work on ourselves so that we can receive more of what's available to accelerate ourselves. There's a lot of exciting things lining up. This is going to be a bit of an angelic activation, actually, even though we've got some Christed extraterrestrial energies and some ascended master energies. We are going to be really attuning to the angelic frequency specifically. Now, some of you may have heard of the synthesis ray. I seem to do a lot of work with the rays, and since you guys have been clued into the ascended masters and have been hearing things about them, the rays go hand in hand with that. Right now, the Ascension ray is coming in very strong this particular year. This is the 4th ray of 7 planetary rays. We're also working a lot, of course, with the violet ray, the ray of the Ascended Master Saint Germain, or the ray that he is stewarding or is a custodian of, which is helping to transmute a lot of the old energies that are being purged to make room for this new light. Well, the synthesis ray is like a blend of all of those rays and more. It is a ray that has the ability to help integration processes. Whenever we are integrating light or a specific frequency of light or divine intelligence or connecting with a specific family of consciousness that we are opening to expand into, like our connection with the galactic community, or our connection with the angelic family of consciousness, or various animal groups that are holding frequencies that are part of awakening our divine intelligence. Anytime there's an integration process, the synthesis ray usually gets involved. So we're going to be working a bit with the synthesis ray to start out with. I want to invite you to take a moment to just be in gratitude for all of the energies that are showing up to support you, whether you have been aware of them or not. Let's just assume for a moment that there's a lot more there that we can tap into. And let's just say thanks for it. Thank you. Thank you to the angels. Thank you to all of our invisible helpers. Thank you to this community that we are connecting with invisibly through the circle of light that is opening to join our hearts together in this moment, to connect us with spiritual family in the world. Thank you for all of it. The synthesis ray is going to begin strengthening around each of you, and is going to begin to gently lift your vibration very subtly into alignment with a blending of energies that is beginning to occur with the angels. The angels have recently revealed that there is a new portal of angelic integration that is opening in the world. It exists now in a higher vibrational form. It is like an angelic retreat that has been created for the process of angelic integration. Angels integrating with us integrating with angels, but more importantly, what we're really talking about here is human unity. So human unity is not something that we could just achieve very easily only as human beings. We need a little bit of a bridge to get there, and the angels are providing that bridge. So I'm going to start out with one of my favorite instruments here, and hopefully my sound has been set up in a way that makes this sound really good on your end. All right. Just take in the sound vibration. Listen to the sound of my voice. So these rainbow ascension energies of synthesis are welcoming you into a sacred space. Allowing yourself to be attuned to sacred space is something that is becoming more and more available to us, something that you can do. You might feel as though the space around you is not attuned to sacred space. It's not charged with the energy of sacredness, like what you would find if you were in a spiritual temple or a healing sanctuary. So allow yourself to receive an attunement to sacred space. Start to understand what that is as a resource, as if sacred space is being poured into the space around you, and your whole auric field is going into resonance with it. The sacred space of your being is part of what is coming in with the vibration of sacred space around you. And that's what we are making room for. Now the angels are coming to you with a very sacred gift that has been prepared for us as part of our collective ascension process. The angels are presenting to us an angelic Merkaba vehicle. This angelic Merkaba vehicle, it is collective in nature, and yet smaller pieces of it have individualized and have split off and come to each one of us so that we can sit for a moment in the presence of this angelic Merkaba vehicle. It is large enough that we could fit inside it. This is slightly different than the Merkaba vehicle of your own being, as this is a specific vehicle created as a bridge into an emerging new vibration of human unity. We are at a point now where enough of us in the world are ready to begin taking the steps to cross this bridge. That changes are beginning to happen inside us that are associated with this. This is an invitation from the angels to align with the bridge, the pathway into this angelic Merkaba vehicle that was created to attune our frequencies to the sacred space that the angels are creating as a resource to bridge us into unity consciousness with each other. You can begin to feel through your connection to this Merkaba vehicle that on the other side of this doorway is our spiritual family, many of whom have received the same energetic invitation as this has been going out and connecting with people more and more in recent weeks, months. It is part of a calling into global unity that has been strengthening since the beginning of this year. And in fact, the presence of war and conflict taking place in the world underscores not only the need, but the divine inspiration for part of what is beginning to arise within us. There is a call to human unity that is coming in part from the earth. Some of it is coming from the animals. It is coming from our family of light. And there are many sacred warriors of love and light on the inner planes that are beginning to come, perform very powerful healing ceremonies around us and within us to strengthen us as these sacred warriors of the heart. You can close your eyes if you like, or you can be in a gaze with me, either way. As I focus upon our connection, I am seeing in each of us a connection not only to this angelic bridge and this angelic Merkaba, but the presence of many Native American master elders and many indigenous guardian spirits that are coming together to heal our hearts so that we can receive the fullness of the angelic gifts that are now being presented to us. And these two things go hand in hand. There's a portal of integration that has opened in 2021 and has continued to widen, that is connecting us with many of these healers on the inner planes. So many of them that have been coming through my channel have been Native American, though it's much wider than that. And you may feel a connection with this. You may feel a connection with the great ancestors that are passed on, that in their own ways and in their own times were aligning with the planetary ascension process. So they are coming to empower our place, our part in contributing to and experiencing the planetary ascension process. They are adding to a momentum inside us by first supporting us to heal our hearts. Now, the angelic Merkaba vehicle is opening in a way that connects with our hearts. And you may, if you choose, step into it or receive more of the frequency of it into your body and chakras. And just allow the synthesis ray to blend you with these angelic vibrations. The Arcturians are also present with us. And the Arcturians are reminding us and sharing with us that this is what occurred on their worlds during their ascension process. The Archangel Metatron gifted the Arcturians with an angelic Merkaba vehicle that was sent to form part of the structure of their unity consciousness in support of their collective ascension. It created a vehicle for their consciousness to coalesce into singularity, a vehicle that created a sacred space for this to occur. And so what is happening right now inside of us, what we are coming to model, is precisely the same thing that happened with the Arcturians. So the Arcturians are here to join us and to celebrate with us what is occurring, as our beloved Archangel Metatron has also sent to us this vehicle. Right now, the archangels are beginning to gather the angelic forces in the world, those people that have already become attuned to the angelic presence, that in many cases are incarnated angels themselves, to align us with each other, to activate more of the presence of this angelic frequency, as this is what is aligning us most powerfully and in a protective way with the parts of the galactic spectrum of consciousness that are the most spiritually evolved and the most invested in human sovereignty and freedom. There are parts of the spectrum that we would be wise to steer clear of. And this angelic frequency is here to protect our alignment with the civilizations that most mirror back to us and model for us a reflection of our own spiritual potential as a world. Now, let us welcome vibrations of the Native American Master Elders, Chief Big Bear, Chief White Eagle, Chief Seattle, the voices of the great ancestors that have been speaking with us and that are here to offer a sacred blessing of vibrational medicine to our hearts. There's something in here for each of you. Right now, it is a form of vibrational medicine unique to you. Imagine that these masters have come together to prepare a sacred form of vibrational medicine that is very specific and very unique to what your needs are. A sacred elixir that can simply be offered the same way that a person might offer to sage you, to clear your auric field. Open yourself to receive this divine healing elixir. Allow it to wash through your field and create a clearing. There are several gifts that the angels are bringing to us now, and they're offering you what you could think of as a blueprint for your healing, for everything that needs to be healed, resolved, and addressed within you with divine support to make it easier for you to align with the incoming ascension energies. So whatever needs to be cleared, whatever needs to be resolved, forgiven, healed, addressed. The difference that this angelic gift makes is that it reveals the safety of this path. Safety is built into the process of allowing a divine presence of guidance to enter more deeply into your life process and your journey. And that is part of what we are clearing the way for. There are many different frequencies of divine guidance available to you. Some of them are coming from the inner planes as ascended master frequencies. Some of them are coming from living masters in the world, whose frequency of guidance is available to all to find within themselves. Some of these frequencies are coming from various councils, various groups of human beings who hold certain frequencies together that are creating pools of healing resources that produce these different kinds of healing elixirs that can address one aspect of the human chakra system or another. There are many different resources, and what you can do now is simply acknowledge your connection to these things. That many different forms of vibrational medicine were prepared for you, knowing exactly what you would need and knowing exactly what you would be healing from as you began the journey to walk across a bridge into deeper levels of alignment with source consciousness, with the angelic energy. The presence of these various forms of guidance, the presence of the angelic family of consciousness, they are here to assist you now to step into and embrace your conduit role in the world in a bigger way. In whatever way you are capable of being a conduit for light and love and ascension energy, this is also beginning to reveal itself. Even those of you that have been on a very intuitive path, that have begun to awaken your inner senses, or perhaps are very far along this path already. There are always new degrees and new levels of this. New degrees and new levels of awakening that are becoming available all the time. And so we are each going to be treated to a range of new experiences that are starting to come online that are going to help you become aware of your conduit nature. You might find yourself out of nowhere feeling guided to reach out and place your hand on your friend's back who's sitting nearby to comfort them. And you find that suddenly there is light flowing out of your hand. Or you feel a kind of poise into your consciousness. Your vibration goes up slightly, and suddenly you know exactly what to say and exactly how to say it to create the most empowerment, the most healing, the most support. Messages are going to begin to speak through you in ways that are noticeable where you will feel as though a vibrational shift is taking place and your thoughts become more clear, more coherent, more aligned with light, as light is beginning to appear within your consciousness and to infuse into your words. This will begin to happen more often. And there's a certain kind of experience that you may have as well that is also strengthening. The experience of feeling called to speak to awakening humanity. This is what will open and activate your throat chakra. This will open and activate your telepathy. When you find a focus upon the heart that wants to speak through you to awakening humanity, to speak messages of love and empowerment to this emerging, awakening, growing collective of light, in the same way that you would if you were putting your hand on someone's back to comfort them and to speak the messages of love and empowerment that they need to hear. Imagine doing that for the whole awakening worlds all at once, as if they can all hear the codes of light and empowerment speaking through you. That is an experience that is calling you, that puts you into the fields of the Metatronic light, as the codes of light that are being seeded by the presence of Metatron is part of what is beginning to activate our telepathy with each other and our attunement to a collective emerging communication field. There are so many gifts that are pouring forth through this new connection to the angelic energy. So just relax and take a few deep breaths. There's a very profound, very powerful acknowledgement that is coming to you now from the angelic realms. It is a form of clearing, and it's supporting us to evolve out of a certain very common human practice that is not for our highest good. It is the degree to which we dwell upon mistakes and missed potentials, often not recognizing and acknowledging within ourselves all of the times that we got it right, that we followed guidance, that we did the right thing. And many times we become fixated upon something that we judge about ourselves, something that we wished we had done differently. But the new consciousness that is coming in through this field of unifying light is teaching us a different way of relating to mistakes, missteps, missed potentials, however we want to categorize these things. The new consciousness is teaching us to simply look for the gift and simply look for what we learned, and then to celebrate what we learned, to not dwell upon the missed potential or the mistake, but to simply recognize that we are making choices all the time and we are learning from our choices all the time. And when we shift the focus to celebrating what we learned and enacting the new wisdom and insight that we have gained, this is adding to the collective intelligence. Every choice that we make and learn from, regardless of what the outcome was, is adding to the intelligence as a collective field of consciousness. It is adding to non-local fields of intelligence. And this emerging non-local field of intelligence, it values your memories, your choices, and what you learned to a much higher degree than what we are used to seeing of our own value. So there is one final cleansing that wants to occur here. It is to reset our consciousness and realign us with the higher blueprint of human learning and collective evolution that is beginning to activate a collective evolution of the human brain, where our brains are evolving as one. That is what this new angelic energy is preparing us for, the onset of collective brain evolution. Now, that is not something that happens very quickly, though it's certainly going to be a far more accelerated form of evolution than has ever been experienced before. It takes time to step into this. It takes devotion to sacred clearing work. It takes a measure of increasing our surrender to lean into these activations that are dawning on us. But we are here to do this together. And so receive this final clearing and just allow the angels to blow a gentle wind of blessings and acknowledgements to acknowledge within you everything that you got right and to celebrate within you everything that you have learned with no regrets, no remorse, only celebration of your bravery for being here. Thank you. Thank you to all of our angelic guides. There is a lot more to this activation, and it is for many of you the beginning of something that will continue to unfold as the angelic frequencies are going to be bridging us more and more into this sacred space until collectively, many of us begin to spiral into alignment with an angelic portal of integration with the angelic presence that becomes a part of us. It becomes a part of the human frequency, that we become merged with that portal of ascension. There are many portals of ascension, and this is one of them. And as we become integrated with this, it's going to accelerate synchronicity for all of us to a high degree. We will find that synchronicities increase, that our awareness of the subtleties of the timing of things become more clear, that we have more clear guidance about when to act, when to let go, when to accept an invitation or a calling to something, when to follow an intuitive signal that is beginning to present itself. So be aware of this process that is beginning to stream into your consciousness from your angelic guidance, that you will very often begin to receive an intuitive cue about when to do something, when to act upon a guidance that you're being prepared for. And usually this happens before the doorway of opportunity arrives. You start to get a feeling. Your intuition begins to spark. You have a sense of that you're being guided in some way. And it gives you the opportunity to attune to the frequency of guidance in preparation for what you're going to be guided to do, to take action upon. And you're going to find that as this field grows, there's going to be a lot more downloads happening from the angelic presence. So I want to thank you all for tuning into this and being a part of this live activation with me. And I'm going to talk a little bit about a download that I received from the angels before we complete. Do we have time for that?
Absolutely, please.
Yes.
You can go a little over too, because we have a 20-minute break, so we don't really have anything going on. So take your time, brother.
Okay, thank you so much. So there was a final bowl that I was going to ring. It was funny, but I was practicing with the bowls, and this one high-pitched bowl caused the dogs to start barking. So I thought that might not be the way to finish the meditation. I do want to maybe answer some questions too. So if you have questions, please ask them.
Karen is asking, how do we call in these angelic activations?
Well, I would say the way that I always begin with working with angelic energy is with gratitude. I will call in the angels. Sometimes I'll ask for Archangel Michael. I usually just, I know my whole angelic team is there, and whether you know it or not, your angelic team is aware of the very moment that you think of them. So as soon as you think, wow, I think I'd like to have a connection with my angels, they are already there. They know that you're thinking of them, and they are prepared to co-create some aspect of the connection with you and to take you deeper. So yeah, you just call it in. You say, I would like to receive an attunement to the angelic presence. Can you please attune me to your frequency and practice blending with me? Support my practice of blending with you to get to know your frequencies. And then I would say the best thing that you can do with that is to focus on gratitude. If you start giving thanks for the angels, giving thanks for all the things that they do for you, that they're doing for humanity, and you give thanks for their presence in your life and all of the invisible things that they do to orchestrate opportunities in your life, or to heal you, or to comfort you, or support you, even if you haven't really been aware of this before, give thanks for it, and then just be in the gratitude as an energy, and see if you can notice them reflecting that back to you. The angels will reflect the gratitude back to you, and it can become an experience of building rapport where you're grateful for them, they're grateful for you, you feel their gratitude for you, and then you're grateful for that, and it just goes back and forth, and it becomes a really high vibrational practice. Really raises your vibration. Okay, so very quickly, this amazing angelic download came through a couple weeks ago, and I want to wind the clock back here, because actually when the pandemic first started, I got this inspiration to create a free learning to channel course. I thought, there's a lot of people that are stuck at home, and what a great time to maybe start learning how to actually channel your guides. So I created this free course as a gift. It was a series of 13 lessons with videos, and I used clips from movies just to bring an entertainment factor into it. And I got a lot of great comments about this. But then something else wanted to come through, and the angels came to me a couple weeks ago, and they gave me the name of a new website, and I looked, and the domain name was available, which really surprised me. And I'm not going to say what it is yet because it hasn't been launched, but you can go to SARYON.com and pre-register for the Channeling Now Summit. And what this is I got guided to reach out to other highly experienced channelers, people that do this professionally. Some people have even written books about how to channel your guides. And I was guided to ask them for their best advice about how to open your channel, how you can start to channel your guides or channel guidance or work with your spiritual guides constantly. So I've been reaching out and connecting with people, and I've been getting the most amazing video submissions from a wide range of different people, and every single one is different. These are short videos, power packed. The whole summit is designed to give you a very quick mental shift in the course of maybe like an hour, hour and a half, to really reset your consciousness and give you the best advice from the experts about how you can enter the right mindset, techniques you can use to get started, misconceptions that you want to get past right away so that you can just jump right in and start learning how to channel and connecting with your guides more powerfully. Of course, it's an ongoing practice, and each person's practice develops in unique ways. But when you have a wide variety of different offerings of potential ways that you can do this, then it really sparks a lot of inspiration. It only takes one idea from one person and your guides perhaps speaking through that person or to you about that person's idea to spark something inside of you. Because the idea here is your guides are going to be with you while you're watching all of these video tips. And whatever one is most right for you, that's the one that's going to light up. And you're going to go, wow, okay, I feel like I can do that. I can try that. Or I feel like there's some energy around that. So I'm very excited about presenting this. I don't have a launch date yet, but if you go to saryon.com, and you'll see a couple of links at the very top. And one of them is to pre-register for the Channeling Now Summit. That is coming very soon.
Linda is asking, do you have to clear your denser energies before you can actually allow the channel through?
Well, that's a very interesting question. I would say that the process of channeling, as I experience it, involves a clearing process that is part of getting into a connection with the guides. So it's kind of a package deal. When you go into a space of connection with your guides, when you invite them in and you say, I'd love to have an experience of channeling you, connecting with you, blending energies with you, being in communion with you, and please teach me, train me, clear me, help me get into that space. Almost 100% of the time when I do it, I also need a little bit of a cleanup or a tune-up to get there. For me, it's like my vibration raises and raises, and I can feel my body filling up with more light and my consciousness becoming aligned with the right ways of focusing attention until something clicks. And then there's a bit less of me, a bit more of the guide, and the deeper I go, the more it shifts in the direction of the guide being more what's speaking, what's present. In fact, once I get to that point where there's the click into the energy of the guide, then the shift becomes much more rapid. But the clearing process it's not like it has to happen first before you connect with your guide. Some people might think of it in that linear way. It happens as part of the process. You invite the guide in, and the guide's going to be clearing you to get you into that space. Any other questions? I do want to mention, in case any of you are inspired about working with me in person, there are two ways that you can do that. Number one, I do private sessions where I actually channel whatever guides are showing up for you. I am capable of channeling any guide that would want to come speak to you. Normally not deceased loved ones. That's not my forte. I have an angelic channel that then kind of plugs me into the realm of high-level spiritual guides. And so whatever spiritual guides are working with you already, usually those are the ones that are showing up. And also I have a retreat coming up in Mount Shasta. We usually try to do one a year. My partner and I did a retreat in Sedona last year. This year we're doing one in Mount Shasta, June 10th through 13th. So you can also see on my website, there's a place to sign up for that, and check out the information for the Mount Shasta retreat. We spend about 3 days together. I'm channeling the masters several sessions throughout the day, and we do outings to connect with different sacred sites and places where there's really beautiful energy on the mountain and in the area. And there's all kinds of amazing energies that come through the Shasta portal, as many of you know. We get a lot of connections with higher vibrational extraterrestrial energies. Sometimes we're meeting with the energies of the masters inside the mountain. They have a retreat inside the mountain. So a lot of times when we hear from the masters, they actually will be speaking to us from inside the mountain. So it anchors us into these sacred spaces that are very much part of the physical planet, in a way that attunes us with some of the ascension energies of the earth that are becoming available.
Stephanie is asking, do you do in-person sound healing? And if so, where?
I don't do in-person sound healing. We do sound, we work with sound a lot at the retreats. Currently, everything I do is remote through Zoom. I do incorporate a little bit of working with the crystal bowls when I am channeling with people and sometimes doing activations. I just attune to what people need. In terms of doing like in-person stuff, I hope that I'll be able to do that when I go out on book tour again. So once I'm out there touring around, I think we're still not quite past the way a lot of venues have closed down or restricted because of the pandemic. But one of my favorite things to do was to do in-person sessions for people. I usually do a round of them for about a day if I come out to a specific location. But some of the places I've been starting to call and say, hey, you guys doing in-person events again yet? And a lot of them aren't. So, which is okay with me because I don't have a book that's quite ready to launch yet, but that's coming. I've got several books in the works. So hopefully by the time those launch, maybe next year, then there's going to be a lot more going on in terms of in-person venues.
My brother, I just want to share how magnificent this was with you today. Alan, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Did you have
No. I didn't. Thank you. I just had a question. I don't know if you did talk about it, but how do you see the timeline developing over the next few years here for the country, for the planet, for interactions with ETs, all that?
Okay. Yeah. Let me just tune into that because I get information all the time and I haven't ever tried to put it together in quite that way before. But I would say that there's things happening on the ground that are really, really important in terms of our potential to commune with the more spiritually advanced civilizations that we are, perhaps, more interested in. And everything I was sharing about this emerging vibration of human unity, the way the angels are creating a bridge into human unity. The way they talked about this recently was, if you got a whole bunch of light workers and just put them in a conference room together, they might all, have a good time and start to coalesce naturally. But we also are bringing a lot of baggage with us. We all need healing. We wouldn't just form into a collective consciousness by ourselves. We actually need some divine support to get there, to kind of, create a medium, if you will, that we can all sort of become a little more vibrationally synced with, so that we're all interacting with each other through a medium of unity energy that kind of modulates our frequencies as we are bridging into human unity. So as that is occurring, that is one of the key factors that is going to make it possible for us to start to have a higher level of contact and experience with some of the advanced cultures. Because what they have said to me, and this was going back more than a decade ago, they said that the skies are filled with extraterrestrial vehicles that hide the truth of who they are and why they are here, and that our true friends are watching us from a distance, awaiting the day that we will be ready to meet them as equals through a mutual acknowledgement of oneness. So this having more human unity is an important factor of coming closer to, groups like the Arcturians, for example. So in terms of like the coming years, I would say that I kind of look at maybe like the next 10 years instead of the next few, because what I see as a trend over a course of maybe about like 8 to 10 years is us reaching a point where I can't say that it's any one particular activation that gets us there. It's kind of a gradual phasing in of what you would think of as a globally recognized presence of a field of light that is assisting us to harmonize with each other, those of us that are in the field, and to help attune the rest of awakening humanity to that field. And people are going to be at varying levels of integration with it. But I want to say about 10 years out, we could potentially see as much as 10% of the global population in resonance with that field of unity consciousness and where it is taking us. This is a field that is going to support the awakening of our spiritual gifts. What that looks like in terms of access that it may give us to the consciousness of more advanced civilizations, that's something that I haven't explored as deeply, like, where we're going to be at in 10 years as a result of having that field. All I know is we have to have that field, so let's work on that, because then we can get to the good stuff. But I have seen what I would describe, and this is, I think, much, much further out. This is beyond 10 years out. The potential of more of a global introduction into the galactic community, where there is a global introduction that is undeniable to everyone that we are part of a galactic spectrum of consciousness. There are civilizations that have been observing us, that have been assisting us in varying degrees, and that has been going on for ages of time, that we have, a genetic connection to some of these races. There is going to be a point at which that is completely globally known, and all secrecy regarding the subject is done and finished and behind us. But I think it's much further ahead than what a lot of people would like to believe personally. But I think we're going to see some significant events that sort of start to pop the bubble that I believe could be contact events.
It's a process, and we're in the process, and this seminar is part of the process, and you're downloading all that information is also moving consciousness along. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to say something to you. I was thinking that about your question, because you asked me a question similar to this before, and I said it was too
asking that question. Yes.
I know. Well, no, I said it was a little too complex to get into, but since we have a few minutes, I'll just close with this. What I will say is that there are multiple programs of contact taking place. Yeah. And these multiple programs of contact have different agendas at one level, but if you pull the lens back from a much higher level, all of the different programs of contact and different agendas involved are interconnected as part of one awakening process. So you have agendas of contact that are designed to acclimate us to the presence of different civilizations that want to be at the forefront of what we are aligning with. They want us to align with the part of the spectrum that they exist within. But then there's other programs of contact that are supporting us to align with another part of the spectrum that is more conscious and more integrated with the angelic energy. So, and they're all actually not in competition with each other when you pull the lens way back. But yeah. I would love to maybe talk with you in depth about what those different programs of contact look like in detail.
Let's do that. Let's do like an in-depth interview about that. And then you could break it down into groups and factions and timelines and, converging timelines and where they conflict as well, because there's some agendas of some beings that are actually trying to push a different timeline sort of sequence. And then there's others that are playing Time Wars almost. So anyway,
Yeah. And the time wars is something that I've become aware of, even in the out-of-body experiences. I've explored the effects of these different time wars. I've had different groups come to me and share with me information about them. And one thing that I will say about this, just to finish, is that despite the fact that there's some, kind of scary things happening, there are also divine safeguards.
yeah.
There are safeguards built into our DNA. There are safeguards built into our language systems, some of which have a divine origin. We should talk about the safeguards too, because that's actually the most inspiring thing.
We'll talk about all of that. Victor, were you going to say something?
My brother, I'd just like to share with you that I was so inspired by what you shared about taking all of our lessons and experiences without judgment of duality and bringing them with us into the unified consciousness. Thank you. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for holding space for that.
Great. Great.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again. Now, how can people find you? You said it, but how can people find what you're doing and where you're at?
Saryon.com, SARYON. Just come to, that's the main website. And everything you would need is on the front page, pretty much. All the different things I have going on. Got a lot of projects that are taking shape right now.
Right. And Sarian is a name maybe you've talked about where that came to you to connect with those higher consciousnesses. Right?
Yeah, well, it's an angelic name, and it was received by a living master that revealed that name to me. And what was interesting about it is I remembered when I was about 12 years old, I had a little conversation with God, and I said, you know what? There are a lot of Michaels in the world. Is there a name that you know me by? I'd love to know what my spiritual name is. And the moment that this living master revealed that name, I knew that it was the answer to that prayer.
Yeah. Great. No, thank you. Looking forward to more. Thank you, Victor, for being here too. And we have a very exciting, one of my favorite people coming up. You can hang around if you want, Sarian, but
Sure.
we're going to do a talk with Val Tanini. Is Val in the house, Neil?
I don't see her in the house yet. No, I see a
let me
Valerie, not a Valeria.
Valeria. Valerie or Valeria?
She goes by both.
She does. I mean,
Okay, so if Valerie, if that's you in the room, could you please let yourself be known in the chat so we know if you're in the room or not?
Let me see. Well, I can text her. Let's see. And,
Yeah, can you do my video?
Oh, yep.
let me just see here. Val, you have her in the attendees chat. Let me just see.
Where's Valeria?
I think that could be her.
Well, it just said her as a panelist and she didn't accept. So
Oh, let me just make a quick call.
yeah, do it.
Valeria, do you know that she is related to the Italian? She's an Italian princess, I think. She's a member of the royal Italian family.
And she's going to be at this conference coming up. Might as well take a moment just to share about this, which is the Kundalini online conference, May 21st. And Joe and myself, Alan, are putting this together. Extremely excited about this. Alan told me about a year and a half ago, it would be great to do a conference on the Kundalini. So I put it in my list of possibilities. And then a few months ago, I talked to Joan and said, do you want to help produce this? She said, yes. And now here we go. Fully produced Kundalini conference. It's going to be pretty epic because not only Kundalini information, insights from Kundalini, people's experiences having a Kundalini, Kundalini activation, a Kundalini poet even, and we're going to have some breathwork exercises, Kundalini breathwork exercises. So
Neil, can you just send me the link on my phone so I could text it to her?
Yeah. Joan, you want to take over for a second while I do that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Joan, talk about this amazing conference coming up.
I am going to talk about it. So, guys, we also have Larissa Stowe. She is not only going to be speaking, but she's going to be performing some of her upbeat, amazing music for you. And, you know, all the things we talked about today on Ascension require us to just shift our energy. And so in this particular event, we're going to have a chance to activate, awaken ourselves experience ever since I started, and I have to tell you, I've been having a Kundalini awakening ever since I've been reaching out to these speakers and then getting an awareness of the full expansiveness of this.
Well, you know what? It is catchy. It really, really is. No, I picked up that energy from someone else. So
Okay.
I think she's in the room, Neil. Do you see her? She
Take a
said
look.
she's here.
She should be coming in. We feel her vibration. I can't
There's
wait
a
to
Valerie,
meet her.
and that's the same Valerie as before.
No, I think okay. Let me
Why don't
just
you
forward
chat
this.
with us, Val?
Did you forward the text to me?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Sent it to me as a text?
Yep.
Oh, you did? Oh, I never got the link she said from them. Oh, okay.
We
You
sent
didn't.
in the email she responded to.
You didn't see. Okay, wait. Let me just. I don't see your text. You sent it as a
I think
message,
you
right?
sent it to me, Neil.
Oh yeah, I did. Oops, my bad.
You send it to me.
We're
So
so
I-
excited and out of our body, which has happened to me since I started exploring Kundalini with all of these amazing speakers.
Okay.
So, okay.
Yeah, so something that's really awesome that we've been able to do the last couple of years, we've done a lot of events on many topics, but definitely the last year and a half, been picking up one specific topic and going really deep into it.
Okay.
And
I
been
sent
doing,
this,
yeah,
I
go
sent
ahead,
this
John.
to Val, just so you know. I sent her the Zoom link.
Okay, cool. Alan's sending it too. So
Okay.
we've
Oh, you
done that
sent it
with
to her? Okay.
the ancient history conferences that we've been doing, going into Egypt, Sumer, and so much more. Sarian was actually on the Sumerian one, and we're also doing one in India. But specifically on the Kundalini, we have people talk about Kundalini at different events, but we haven't done a full deep dive into it. So I'm excited just to have the opportunity to really do next level awareness by going so deep into a topic, because Portal to Ascension isn't just for all the individuals that are into this. It's also for the people that are waking up. But on top of all that, it's really next level information for people to become the teachers of the information for the new paradigm. So having all the tools basically at your disposal by coming into these events to really go deep into these topics. So when you present and you come from this place of knowing, you have a really full spectrum idea of what it is. And the Kundalini conference, I feel, is definitely going to be one of those.
You know what's also interesting about the Kundalini, and maybe Larissa and maybe Val will even talk about it, it's very much connected to the divine feminine and that aspect of the goddess coming forward, the goddess energy, the Shakti. So that seems to be the movement in our community towards that balance of the male female and the Shiva Shakti coming together. But the Shakti has been repressed for so long that it's emerging now. It's emerging as a huge frequency of a higher consciousness. So
yeah.
And Kundalini is a real thing. It's an energy that sits in all our bodies, but for some people, for some reason, it is awakening. And actually, Barbara Han Clow is on that conference, and she's going to talk about the astrology of Kundalini and when it is that it's activated in the body. There's certain configurations in your charts and certain times a year and really a cycle in your own evolution that these things can ignite, and it ignites in many different ways. Dan Winter, we should have Dan Winter on that too sometime, or commentary, because he talks about the whole
Oh yeah, he does.
awakening.
Dan and I are going to do a
Panel.
2-day workshop on Kundalini physics.
Oh, and Kundalini physics.
Well,
Okay, let me.
Basically, the science of the Kundalini.
Oh, that's good. When are you doing that?
He just asked me to do it, so we got to figure out a date, probably next year.
Okay, let me know. Let me.
I'm sorry. Do you want to comment on the Kundalini? Do you have any?
Yeah, you know what? I was just thinking, like, it's one of my favorite topics. I think, like, there are so many people in the world that don't know what it is, don't realize that it's part of their nature, that it's something that they can experience. I think the more people that hear about it, the more they can actually make the choice and say, oh, that sounds like something that I would like to have an experience of. The moment somebody says yes, I'm inviting this, I'm welcoming support to help me have a Kundalini experience, then they're going to start to align with whatever needs to happen for that to be the case. I mean, that was how I had my first experience. I didn't even know the word Kundalini, but I was basically asking for a Kundalini experience without knowing what I was asking for because I didn't have that name on it. But once it happened, I realized there was a connection between asking for it and having it happen. So if more people like know about it and know what it is, and we make it safe for people, then hopefully there will be a lot more Kundalini awakening happening in the world.
It's not always an easy journey, I have to say. I know people who've had a bit of a rough time with that, and maybe Val will talk about this whole process. Hi, Val. Val Tignini. My
Hi, Val. It is wonderful to have you here.
Look at those giraffes.
You know, giraffes can see 360 degrees around. They have clear sight.
Meet the team here, Val. Have you met Neil before, or Joan, or
Hey.
have you this?
Val and I have
In a
spoken.
past life.
Val and you have spoken.
Yeah, I've
Yes.
spoken to
We
Val.
had a very good conversation. We connected.
And my friend Victor, also from New York, and Sarian and we're all here welcoming you to Portal to
Thank you so much.
Ascension.
Alan, your book is on the screen. I love your book.
Thank you. It's just
It's
like
it's-
it's advertising there. Oh, you got it. Anyway, it's
So,
okay.
are you going to introduce her, Alan? Do you want me to read part of her bio?
You could, I can, yeah, you read her bio and I'll give like a little personal introduction. But Neil, you have anything to say since it's your platform for Val, since you're
No,
here?
I'm just excited because you know, I've been on the in the back just watching the whole production of the Kundalini conference come to fruition and putting it together. So I've definitely been corresponding with Joan about Val, and Alan's told me a lot. So I'm just really excited to have you on this platform and to share all the amazingness. You know, Alan and I were traveling together in New Mexico for the last
Yes.
week and a half, and he told me a lot about you and the history, how long he's known you. So I'm just excited that we get to an opportunity to share your wisdom with the Portal
Uh,
City community.
The big part is to see that awakening, but I'll let Joan, do the formal introductions, or maybe
All
Victor. 'Cause I
right.
love his
Okay.
voice. Yes.
Just so happy from the Giraffe Kingdom to bring on our Kundalini expert. And so Valeria is an avid explorer of the world and an artiste of multiple mediums. She's a descendant of the royal Italian family, the Medicis, a first-generation Italian. She was born in Brooklyn, so that's amazing. We have several Brooklynites, and I'm a Queensite right here. By the age of 21, Val worked as an information architect and model actress for many kinds of companies. She has collaborated with a multitude of brands ranging from highline fashion companies, well-known charities, and wellness and holistic brands as well, to name a few. And she starred in a docu-soap on TLC called Mama Bells. So you have definitely been featured. You've come a long way. And she had a moment, this is really post-awakening, Val had a moment of multi-dimensional experiences growing up with ETs, a sense of energy and higher awareness. Val had a spontaneous Kundalini awakening that I think was experienced by Alan, and AKA the Holy Spirit running through her in 2010. So we're going to hear about that. And Val has also been experiencing her work evolving into higher levels of consciousness, working with divine, multi-dimensional beings. So she has also experienced the sacred tremor of the heart, spontaneous experiences, and she's been integrating the Divine Mother. She's doing private and group sessions. She's leading workshops in Tokyo for top spiritual company. She's led many group sessions in Sedona, New York City, and now here on Portal to Ascension. So welcome, Val.
I just want to say a few words, but because I want you to speak, Val, because I want to. But I was going to save some of this for this Kundalini, but Val came into the session I was hosting with this guy Abdi as a sort of regular person. She left as a being of divine awakening, and it was beautiful to see it. So thank you for being here. I don't know what you're going to talk about today, but please, it's all yours.
Oh, Alan. First of all, Alan is a very important part of my life, part of my awakening life. He's always been there in these very important moments. And one of the most important was my Kundalini awakening. But for some reason, he's always been there, and he's very like cracking open, consciousness for me moments. And he's obviously, a soulmate of sorts in this lifetime and many other lifetimes as well. Galactic brother.
Thank you.
Yes. But I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much, Portal of Ascension, and everyone that's involved. Thank you, Alan, for inviting me. I'm always honored. It's always an honor to be with like-minded people, as well as like frequency vibration. The Kundalini awakening has opened me up to vibration, not just a healing process, but it's been a journey of sorts into not just this lifetime, but other lifetimes as well. And also fast forward lifetimes, and then dealing with all kinds of levels of dimensional realities as well. So it's not just about this lifetime as an awakening. It's awakening to so much that is multidimensional, but it's difficult to. It's not a tangible thing. It's always something so etheric, and the ego, of course, it checks in and tries to kind of make everything tangible and make it so make it like yours. But I know that whatever is happening to me is happening to the soul that needed the Kundalini awakening to express and share this energy with others. Because after that experience, I was able to activate people and awaken people and deal with different levels of consciousness and understanding. So I know that I wasn't just here to be healed. I was here to assist somehow humanity and the earth. So I'm grateful, and I'm here to always serve. And that's my role.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the process? I mean, we want to save some of this for the Kundalini panel, but
I know.
Talk a little bit about who you were before and
Yeah.
where your work as a kind of service for the higher spirit
Sure.
is now.
Yes. So who I was as a child, I was always connected somehow, but didn't really know how to express it. I always felt odd, like the black sheep, very sensitive to energies, but still didn't understand it, very empathic, and always weird. I was always weird, in school. I never felt like I fit in. I always used to look at the stars in the sky and used to say that was home. Didn't understand why I would say that, but lived a very normal life. Grew up in a Christian Catholic household. It was a first generation of immigrants. Didn't really have I wasn't very popular. I was just trying to fit, just kind of like, move under the shadows of people, kind of very shy person. And I think that's also very common with people that awaken. I had a very difficult time. How can I say this? Dealing with like matters of love, with like romance. Again, I never felt like a real soul connection. So I wanted that so much, but it was difficult to find because it was the people that I was with were meeting me there. So I always felt like not in the right place, not in, not with the right group of people, but I loved everyone and I always wanted to help everyone. I even started a company. By the time I was 28, I started a company. It was called Val Secrets, and it was where I would tell secrets of like how to make recipes or beauty secrets or dating secrets, and it was kind of like that kind of range. And I wanted to help people by giving charity work to all different kinds of charity, mostly children, because to me, children need us the most. Yeah, I was was sensitive, and I had experiences with extraterrestrials when I was a child. I could maybe 2 or 3 times, but I never made such a big deal out of it because I thought it was normal. I was like, okay, yeah, so what? I saw a UFO, or yeah, I felt energy in the room, and that's a long story in itself. But and I've had experiences with divine beings coming into my bedroom and having like physically being there. And after the Kundalini awakening, everything kind of connected back. It was like all connect the dots kind of thing, because I felt so strange being in the world. And then it all made sense to me because I wasn't of the world. We all have a soul, and we all have a history of our souls. And my soul's history it was always meant to have a Kundalini awakening. I always had a Kundalini awakening, and this lifetime I had a Kundalini awakening when I was 30. And I think in my experience as being 30, I felt like I was already too old because I think in my past lives I was much younger. But in this lifetime, for me, drinking a cocktail was enlightenment. Now I don't drink at all. And it's really changed who I am. I try to live a pure life, and I don't drink alcohol. I became vegan after my Kundalini, but now I'm starting to eat some sort of meats again. But it's a constant change. You're constantly morphing. You have to change to the vibration of your environment. If I'm in a very high vibrational place, I really don't even need to eat. I go breatharian. So, but when I'm in a more dense area, then you acclimate to, well, at least I do. I acclimate to the density of the vibration of which I'm in. So I don't limit myself, and I don't make it dogmatic, because then I'm going backwards. That's what that's where I came from. I want to be fluid, in which my vibration and my auric field will tell me what's right for me in that space, in that time.
Right. Is there a connection between Kundalini and ET? Some people make it because there's an opening. What is that connection for you think?
Absolutely. I believe that Kundalini awakening is a gift from the galactics, of which was brought down. Some people call it the fire of the Holy Spirit. They call it the serpent energy. They call it many different things. But Kundalini is, it's an opening of our energy body, or the chakras, but it's the energy body. And when you're having the Kundalini, your siddhis, or your gifts, they open, and everybody has gifts. It's just some people, they put their gifts to the side, or they get scared. They don't want to open those gifts. But I believe that yeah, galactic, and this is a galactic energy, which not one necessary being brought it down, but it's connected to a Christ consciousness, of which to me means a pure consciousness, a clear consciousness that is here and now and will help heal the planet. And I believe more and more people will have Kundalini awakening.
Yeah, it's something in the energy field of the planet, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, it is.
I have a
Neil,
question.
Joan,
Yeah,
questions.
You know, when I first started, like in 2008, I was doing like oneness blessing Diksha, and there's a lot of Kundalini yoga people in there, and I was hearing all these stories, and then some people were like, "Oh, Kundalini." Some people have spontaneous Kundalini activations, and there was a whole train of thought on it being dangerous by some people, saying that having that Kundalini. Can you speak on that a bit? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I don't think it's dangerous if it happens spontaneously. But I do think it's when you're forcing the Kundalini to rise, it's not dangerous, but it can have its side effects. So when the energy comes up through the spine, sometimes this energy can leak out of the spine. So this is why people do Kundalini yoga, because you're opening up the airway or the narrow tunnel of which the energy rises up through the spine. And there's different kinds of Kundalini awakenings. There's a Kundalini rising, which is it comes up like to certain chakras, and then there's also the Kundalini awakening, which is the full Kundalini awakening. There's also one that comes from the crown chakra down, and that sometimes that's through diksha or some with energy exchange from a guru, and sometimes the energy comes from the feet up. And to me, that's the best way to have the Kundalini awakening, because what's happening, the energy is when it starts from the feet, it actually heals. When it starts from the crown, you're pushing the energy down. So there's a lot of, then when that happens, there's a lot of pain bodies that come up a lot in the physical body. I know a lot of people that had diksha done, and they have physical ailments that come up. Now, again, it's not dangerous. It's more.
Are you ready for it or not?
It's harsher. It's not as soft as it coming up. And when you have Kundalini that comes up through the feet, it's a warmth because it's healing. I always say warm energy is healing. Cold energy is activation. And so what happens is the warmth comes up first, and then the activation comes. And so it's a process.
I think, Neil, like also some people complain about it because it hits blocks. If you are blocked in a certain area, or there's abuse or sexual abuse, because it hits the sexual center first as it comes up the spine, it can be very disruptive for people, because Joan would know as a chiropractor, people function in certain patterns of movement and energy, and then this changes that, and that's the hard time people have because it changes their patterns, right, Joan? Wait, unmute yourself. We don't want to miss anything.
You're right. I saw someone having a Kundalini experience once, and it was kind of scary to me to watch, because this kind of quiet person suddenly became explosive, expansive, and almost really out of their body with that energy. It was kind of surprising. But yes, as a chiropractor, we want to expand the spine breathes and opens up. So through yoga and through expansion, that'll happen through all those centers. So it could be a very gentle experience, and I can imagine it can also be hard.
Well, when I saw Val have that, it's like, it was an incredible thing to witness, because I saw that transformation right there. I mean, she was bouncing off the floor, but
I was going to ask you, how did you know? Like, what was she doing? Was there?
Well, it's because I've seen it a lot. I've had my own experiences. A sort of wave that comes through the body, right? Right, Val? Do you want to talk about?
Yes. The energy, they say it's like the serpent energy. So it actually moves your body like the serpent. If you're especially Shakti energy, like the, women usually they're connected to that Shakti, that Shekinah energy. And so it allows for the woman to become this Shakti, to become like this slithering snake. So it happens to me often, just talking about it, I could feel my Kundalini kind of come up right now. It's amazing. It has its own mind, if you will. Of course, it's not separate from me, but it's nothing that I can control it now. But there are times that sometimes energy is so strong, I cannot control it. And, Alan's witnessed this many times. I can simply watch a film of the Isis being in the Isis temple, just a film, and I can experience a Kundalini experience.
Right. I was showing Val the film of Gail Mack in the Temple of Isis being transformed into Isis, and she just went through one of these.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, as I'm looking at you, I can see you as a reincarnation of Isis. And I can imagine what that, like your expression in that.
Well, Mary Magdalene too. You want to talk about the Magdalene connection?
Yeah, so that Isis, Magdalene, still that lineage is, I'm very connected to that lineage. And Mary Magdalene, for me, I almost feel like I am her, or I am Isis. And I've had experiences with these beings, separate, but then of course it always comes back. But I am you or she. I am you. I am that I am. And it's the oneness of which we can become that being. But I have a very strong connection to these beings. And Mary Magdalene, of course, today's Catholic Easter. So,
Yeah.
Family comes from that lineage. And today is Mary Magdalene of which she finds Jesus, at the tomb, and she finds his resurrected body, and she's a priestess being of which she made the religion of Christianity, but she also brought down a higher awareness of it. She was the only one that could understand a being like Yeshua, who could speak of things in a very metaphorical way. And yet she understood him, because it wasn't about the words that he was saying, it's the energy. And that's what's happening. That's what's happening now with a lot of these beings, the gurus or teachers, spiritual teachers, says it's not so much as what they say, it's the vibration of the words. And I think that sound, so I'm going on tangent here, but the sound vibration is the first wave of awakening for humanity. It's going to be through music and words. So what we're doing here in Portal Ascension, it's a lot of talk, but what we're bringing as high vibrational beings, we're bringing energy to our words. It doesn't really matter what we're saying so much. It's really the vibration of us, of our presence and our truth. And truth is also a high vibrational gift that is coming forward right now. I call it the truth era. Everything that's coming out into the open, that's also bringing tons of awakening to the planet right now as we speak.
Hey, since it's Easter, I'm thinking, Mary Magdalene, do you think there was some kind of tantric sexual connection between Jesus and Mary Magdalene that resurrected or activated the ascension process that we see? Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, absolutely. They also have something called sacred union, which is called Heroskamos. It's a higher dimensional marriage, but it brings down this very tantric energy, and it's not the tantra that's here and now, that's kind of morphed into what it is now. It's more on the physical realm, right. But this tantric energy is on the higher realms, and it's almost like just being present in each other's presence. You can shift through these higher dimensional consciousness levels of reality, and you just kind of floating through those realities, which is absolutely, for me, it's stunning. And I've experienced only to a certain degree because of what it is, but Heroes Gamos, I feel like a lot of people will experience this as well.
The divine marriage, Hyros Gamos.
Yes, yes,
Yes.
because right now we're experiencing these almost like fake marriages, because it's a, you know, it's about other things. It's not
Right.
it's not a soul connection. So, but what we experience, I think a lot of people now are going to experience this soul marriage, and it's a deeper commitment, because it's not, you don't have to commit. It's not from the mind, a commitment of the mind. It's a commitment of the soul. It's already there. You've already committed. It already happened, you know, before you were born. You were born into that commitment.
Right. Yeah, Joan, Joan, unmute because
Born into the soul family, which is what you said when you hopped onto Portal to Ascension. You said it
Yes.
felt like we were a soul family in your memory of this. Do you think that some of, you know, your ancestry, you come from a very renowned, you know, lineage, an ancient lineage. Do you think that that contributed to some of your connection, or your like
Yes.
your
Yes. And
advanced?
that's really,
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you
That's
go into
the
that a
reason
little
why
more?
I mention it. Yeah, I don't mention it because of the wealth or anything like this. I mention it because they, the Medicis, they were ones that found the tablets, and that were based. I'm sorry.
the Emerald Tablets, you mean?
The emerald tablets, yes. And they, Cosimo was the first one to create the family in its establishment. He found them, and he told his sons to read them, because there's ancient secrets in this. And when they read them, they actually activated channels. They opened up different channel systems, of which they connected to Yeshua, and they connected to Mary Magdalene and many other beings. But they were, of course, they were Christian because they lived in Italy, in Florence, and they connected to those beings. And then they actually had the truth about Mary Magdalene. And what happened was, they decided as a family that they would sponsor artists to portray the truth through the artwork. So the first piece of work that they've done was with Michelangelo. He's a sculptor, and he created the statue of Mary Magdalene. That was the first piece of work that they patronized, and that's because they knew the truth about Mary Magdalene. She was a divine being. She was a divine feminine, and she was the one that was partnered with Yeshua, and they had children. They knew all the story, but they also had problems with the Vatican, and they tried to kill them many times, and they actually succeeded. They killed Cosimo, and they killed many of the family, until they made some sort of contract where they say, you know what, okay, we'll stop, you know what, with all this, we'll stop trying to, you know, give out the truth, but you have to make one of our family members a pope. And that's how it ended. So the Renaissance was started by them. They sponsored Leonardo da Vinci. They sponsored Galileo Galilei. They sponsored all these major roles. Botticelli, who created the Venus, right? The Venus. And these are all awakening artworks, you know, which talk to us about the higher realms and the divine feminine. You know, Venus is divine feminine. So, yeah.
No, it changed art. It brought in individuality. It created the Renaissance throughout Europe, an activation of new art forms and the focus on the individual. The Renaissance, we're a product of that Italian Renaissance. Everyone here is doing creative art in that way because it happened there because of the Medici. So yes.
Right. They call them the fathers of the Renaissance age.
Yes.
So this is why I mentioned them. Not, you know, it's about, I can sense the connection in me, and how, you know, they're my ancestors, and they want me to continue on, you know, bringing out the truth. It all comes back to the truth.
I can feel that. That's why I asked you the question. I could feel that they're with you, that you were born specifically for these times to bring this new information in now. And it's beyond the Kundalini awakening. I think a lot of the Magdalene energy, the sacred union, and definitely Val. And I like the way you call it, Val, secrets. So why do you call it secrets, love?
Well, this name actually I was deciding to build this website to help women and children. And I'm very close to my family, and I sent them an email. My brother actually, he said, he says, why don't you call it Val Secrets? Like, it just clicked, and I said, perfect, I'm doing it. And
it was before the Kundalini, right? That
it
you had that.
was before, but it was, there's Dharma. I really believe that that company that I had was my Dharma, because I gave so much in return to people, to women, single mothers, women in general, and of course children. So it was a great experience for me. And then I had the Kundalini awakening in the midst of this development of my company, and then everything changed. I couldn't sustain that kind of company anymore, because I would have events and it was connected to, we would have alcohol and it wasn't me anymore. I was speaking another language.
Right.
And the people that was connected to it, I wasn't connecting to them anymore.
Yeah. Neil, did you want to say something, Neil?
Yeah, I had when I got initiated as a oneness blesser, like 2008, 2009. Before that, I heard about the Kundalini, and I'd never experienced it. So it was kind of like a myth to me, and people said they had that experience. And then in the initiation process for oneness blessing, we were in 3 circles. It was like the inner circle, middle circle, outer circle. We're all holding hands and we're doing this breath work. And it's the first time I did such intensive breath work, and it was for like 4 hours straight, right? So we're just like doing this hardcore breath work. And then all of a sudden, I felt an electrical current go through all of us. And we all, like, it was like a wave, at a sports game. And the electrical current went through, like, it was definitely some electricity, and it was definitely going through everyone from one person to another. It was tangible, wasn't etheric, wasn't like being made up or anything. And then all of us fell on the ground and started going like this. It was,
wow.
And looking at it in retrospect, I was like, damn, from an outside perspective, it looked like some sort of cult thing, but it was straight up like Kundalini activation. And the whole thing with the oneness blessing Diksha thing is that then the spirit of Sri Bhagwan comes down, and then you have now gone through the Kundalini activation that you need in order to purge certain things within your chakras to be able to be the conduit, to be able to do the blessings. I'm no longer a oneness blesser. I stopped many years ago, but that was kind of my tangible experience of it. And I've kind of just been curious about it ever since. And I did just to add some more to this, I did some research on, the serpent in the Bible, the serpent in ancient history. Because if you look at the Eastern world, you have the dragon, you have the Nagas, you have serpents all over India, and it's definitely connected to the Kundalini. Even in Egypt, one of our speakers showed that light bulb thing that people think is a light bulb has a serpent in there, looks like a Kundalini activation. Right, but then when you get to the Western world, you have slaying the dragon, right? Mm-hmm. You have a whole other component, and that either came from one thing to inhibit enlightenment, right? There's 2 beliefs here, and it could be either to like be like they don't want people to be enlightened, or it was this whole fear of the spontaneous activation of Kundalini. So they're like, you got to keep the dragon in check, So it's just interesting how the serpent kind of just is.
And the serpent in the Garden of Eden was, negative. Well, maybe it gave knowledge. The serpent gave knowledge. So
yes, interesting. The serpent's also connected to the original being, Lilith. She was she was the first woman to be partnered up with Adam, and he said, no, I don't want her. She's too independent. So God, which is, to me, the story is another story, but this is also Enki and Enlil, the Anunnaki, they the ones that were they were creating man and woman, and they asked the God to create another being, and then they created Eve. So this story actually is translated in Hebrew, and I followed this rabbi, and he's very interesting how he translates it. It's a direct translation, so I find it so different from the way we know it, as most people do.
But in
Well,
Egypt, the serpent was also healing. The staff of Hermes has the caduceus of serpent. But
Exactly.
Yes.
And it's a symbol in the medical field. We have that
Yes.
staff
Caduceus.
going through for
Yeah.
healing. But we
That's
also
right.
slay the dragon. We have, in Western world, I think they're afraid of this energy is
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
truth. Val
Well, it
has
represents wisdom.
disappeared. She will be
Um,
back.
What are you
she's
saying,
gone?
Neil?
Yeah, I was just saying the serpent in a lot of ancient texts, especially the Sumerian text, represents wisdom or advanced sciences. And if you look at the Sumerian scriptures, there's all these references to some sort of quantum physics awareness. Whenever they show a serpent, there's even like a tablet that looks like a human's coming out of a serpent's mouth with a giant at the end of it. And the speculation is that it's like the serpent is the wormhole and the human is the hybridization from the Anunnaki.
Right.
So it's like, yeah.
Victor has an answer
Yeah,
here.
Victor.
And the caduceus is DNA. If you look at the caduceus,
Yes.
it's DNA.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
Let me-
Kundalini then is a DNA, an expression of DNA, an expansion. Yesterday we were talking about how we change our DNA, and this is one of the ways is through Kundalini.
That goes super deep because now we're talking about reptilian serpents, DNA wars, and all that stuff.
Oh my God. And
It's all
okay, I was
symbolism
gonna
right there.
I was going to mention that the grandmother of Anu, who was the king of the Anunnaki leader, the grandmother was the dragon. She was the dragon queen.
Mhm.
So does that mean that we're all descendant, since they worked with our own genetics, we're all descendant from the great grandmother queen? I think her name was Tiamat. Can't quite
Well,
remember.
The Dracos have gotten a bad rap because there are some negative Dracos and there are some positive ones.
Exactly.
And we have the reptilian brain there in the lower cerebellum. So we've evolved from that or parallel to that. So
Yeah, there's some channelers that say that evolved humans, fifth dimensional humans on other planets, their brain speaks to the spinal column telepathically through frequency, and that the reptilian part of the brain is what we need in this 3D in order for our brains to communicate, since we've broken away from that. So as we ascend and evolve, the reptilian part becomes dormant, and then we evolve to completely have a telepathic communication with our chakra system in our brains.
yeah.
So we have a place right here behind your skull. You can put your finger there between the Abdullah, the Abdullah here, and then you can touch the top of your spine, and that place there is that activation point. Chiropractors, advanced ones, have found out that if you work with this, you can then activate, you can bring in angels, you can bring in your guides, you can bring in the Kundalini energies. It's like right here.
Wow. So I just texted Val, see if she's coming back, because she does have a fantastic story. And I think she'll share more of that process on the Kundalini panel on May 21st, because she talked about going through levels and levels of consciousness as this energy went up her spine. She, didn't know anything about
Alan froze for a second, but I got a feeling he'll be right back.
Yeah, he'll be right back. She didn't know anything about Kundalini, I'm guessing. She's got the most remarkable story. That,
and it's maybe she'll give us a sample on the Kundalini, because she can sort of activate it and do that sort of Shakti transmission. I don't know if it works on Zoom, but I've seen it live where she raises the energy and does a transmission, and then people start to feel it. Like you really can pick it up from other people, like you did, like you talked about, Neil.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you could pick it up just from her energy. We're in a this morphogenic field right now where everything's expanding. So I was getting really hyper excited just looking at her. So
And I'm just answering a text there in the chat. It is in waves. It's a wave. It comes and it goes. I mean, when I've had it, it wasn't as dramatic as Val or a lot of people, but have you anything like that, Victor? Have you experienced?
Actually, in 2000, I was teaching a class here in New York called Enervision that I had created, where people could sense the human energy field either through touch or through sight or whatever their clair that they had developed. And someone had come up and inserted her hand into my field, and she jumped back and said, I got an electric shock. And a friend of mine was taking a picture at the time with regular 35 millimeter film, a regular camera, ambient light, no special effects. And if I turn off my video, this is the image that came up. It was actually on the film and on the negative. And
So how did you generate that, Victor?
I was focusing on raising my energy, on bringing up the Kundalini. And as I was sitting there, this woman came up, she touched me, she jumped back, she said, I have an electric shock, and a friend of mine snapped the picture. And that's the image that was on the film.
wow.
Wow. Well, let me just call Val and see.
I
if
love
she-
that.
Yeah, we only have like 4 minutes for Val, so I'm not sure if we should bring her on or.
No, I think she should come on and just talk about her platform now. I think it's called Blossom
let's
and
close
some
out
of
with
the things. So let me just ask her to come back and just talk.
All right, that would be
Yeah,
lovely.
cool.
I was really sensing that her history and her lineage was very, very important in what she does now. So
She
I'm
carries
really
a very special energy.
Right?
Very special energy, absolutely.
and probably what we call that blue blood, that genetic, really a different strand from the Anunnaki gods, that sort of spiritual lineage, probably connected to not just Isis, but Magdalene herself and Yeshua, as she said. So really powerful. You could feel it just looking at her. I can see Neil is all Kundalini himself. Right?
Neil, you're being activated, Neil. I'm going to see if I can pull up her website.
And you can feel it, by the way, on Zoom. On my Miracle Mondays, guys, I always start by running the hands together, and we're all sitting there working with, you can do it all with me now, actually, where we feel that energy. You start by running your hands together really fast to generate that high vibration, and then you can feel the energy, the ball, and then you can actually send the energy out and receive it. So I'm sending out with my right hand, guys. You can receive it with your left. And when you feel it, not if, but when you feel it in your left hand, put it in the chat. Because yes, we can do Kundalini, we can do energy rising via Zoom, because everything is energy. The ether carries it.
Wow.
So
great.
yes.
Keep doing it a little bit there.
Alan, Joan and I are going to interview Val on Portal to Ascension in like a couple of weeks, so we can just direct people to come to that in order to get more of a
Definitely.
download.
Okay. I'm just going to show her website here, which is called Blossom Online. Let me just share that screen for 1 second. See if it comes up.
Can you feel this, guys, while I'm doing it?
Yeah.
Haven't stopped.
Well, I'm just gonna. This is Blossom Online. Change your vibration, change your field. Sign up here. Designed to guide and support your mental, physical, and spiritual evolution. What is Blossom Online? It's a sort of ongoing class where you kind of tap into the energies together. So let me see if you sign up here. I'm not sure. So you sign up for this ongoing class, and then it just 21 day. Or can you see that on the screen there?
Yeah.
I think she'll have another
I
one
feel it.
coming up.
She also has a Magdalene group, I noticed.
But Blossom is the main thing. But the Magdalene groups, yes, definitely. The Magdalene groups are things she works with people. And yes, definitely do a good, I'm sure you'll do a great interview with her there.
Yeah,
but,
so definitely everybody, just if you want to know more about her, we're going to do like a whole hour-long interview on Portal to Ascension YouTube. In about a couple of weeks, youtube.com/Portal to Ascension, subscribe there, and we'll go deeper into her platform and everything.
Oh,
I just
and
wanna-
I'm going to I'm going to
Yeah.
just say I'm going to interview Larissa Stowe as part of the upcoming
Oh, good.
Kundalini weekend.
Cool. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
So
you got
just
it.
to add
Nice.
its cherry on the top of everything you said here, because like it really goes deep with the symbolism with the snake. I said the reptilians, the DNAs, the dragon beings that were here before humans even incarnated into our galaxy, but then also, did you guys know that the snake is the only non-mammal animal that has a pineal gland that derived from mammals?
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So it's so trippy. It's like doesn't even make sense. So if you, I mean, you can just search it and it'll be the first thing you find. Like it's all over the place. So yeah, snakes basically have a pineal gland that seems to evolve from mammals.
Wow. I didn't
Yeah.
evolve. These snakes evolved from the mammals,
So
you're
okay, so
saying?
serpents and in general, reptilians in general have a specific type of pineal gland. Mammals have a specific type. The snake's pineal gland is equivalent to the ones that evolved out of mammals. Under a
That's
microscope, under like close observation, it's just a mystery within, evolutionary science. But that just connects so hardcore with like not to say the whole Garden of Eden story, the way that we're told it is true, because it's not, but the whole thing of the snake being like a lizard and then losing its legs and being able to communicate, and then having to be on its belly the whole time. All of that symbolism is based on some real truth that has been distorted, right? So it's just like what the truth is. That's a whole other podcast for sure. But
You know what I always got from the snake after biting, or the apple with even crawling on its belly like it didn't crawl on its belly before, probably was related to the dinosaurs, reptilians, and then it crawled on its belly, so there was this process of evolution.
well, there's so many different stories in because the Anunnaki story, the Genesis story for sure, but then there's the Lyran and the Syrian story of the Lyrans being God and the Syrians being the snake, and the symbol for the Syrians were the snake. And basically, the snake was not doing something bad. The snake was saying, "Hey, God wants you to live in a fifth dimensional paradise, but you're in a free will world. God is telling you that you need to live like this in this peace, but I'm giving you the option to experience duality and experience knowledge. Do you want to eat from the apple, the tree of knowledge?" So the whole original story was the serpent was giving the experience of duality as a gift to humanity, and the God was actually the bad guy.
Right.
But not really the bad guy in that sense, but
No,
a
but
bad guy.
God.
A bad
Sorry.
guy in the sense of was trying to violate free will by creating harmony only, not allowing the duality to manifest.
Well, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, God comes in after Adam and Eve has eaten the apple, and they said, "Oh, they have knowledge and they'll be like us, so we're casting them out." And that was always suspicious. First of all, the gods come in, they'll be like us, and then be knowledge casts them out of the garden. I mean, there's many metaphors for that, but it's very strange. Yeah, Victor.
And
yeah.
my friend Paul Wallis, who you're going to be interviewing later on today, talks about that in his book, and the concept of the word Elohim being plural as opposed to a single God. Elohim is multiple, is plural.
Yes. I think our friend Grant Cameron would have a lot to say about this, actually, because it's really about consciousness. We could be walking around kind of oblivious in paradise, but when we have a little knowledge and wake up, we become discerning, more divine. It's divine to be in bliss and not know, but when you awaken knowledge, then we could really understand the world, and I think that's part of evolution. So anyway, this was the great
in the house. If you want to introduce Grant.
Yeah, Grant Cameron is in the house, but I just want to say, there he is. Grant, how you been? Wait, you're muted. We want to hear everything.
Hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Good. Super.
Good.
Yeah, things are good. So let's do the thing. I got some weird stuff to talk about. So let's.
Right. I also am going to call you about a bigger conference, but I'll do that after this. We'll talk about it like tomorrow. I'll give you a call. But yeah, Grant Cameron. Do you want to say anything about Grant, Neil? Because he's
just been working with Grant for so long. He always shows up, has so much insight into many things. When we first started working together, it was really much about the disclosure and even the WikiLeaks. We did a bunch of events on that, and I just love the way Grant has evolved into really focusing on what really matters, which is the experiencer. And it's about what we've been saying so often these days, is that what is beyond you know, the nuts and bolts, what is beyond the fact that they exist, who are behind these vehicles, what are the experiences that are happening, and what does this mean for humanity. So I just like that Grant, it really is full spectrum when it comes to disclosure, you know, consciousness, spirituality, the government, it really brings it all together.
Right. And it's so exciting, whatever Grant comes up with, because, you know, he's looked at the big picture, right? He went from nuts and bolts to like this whole immaterial realm, apports, metaphysical, paranormal. So he covers it all. So we really want to know what weird stuff you have for us today, Grant. What did you find?
Okay, so let me share my screen and we'll start.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay, hang
You
on.
got that. And also talk a little bit about the latest FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, Pentagon, 1,500 pages dump, if you want.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit about.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Okay, so you see my screen?
Well, it's not, it's on, put it on, yeah, that's better. There you go. Okay, we see it.
Okay, so I'll begin. I have 5 books coming out whenever, and maybe a 6th book. This is one of the books that I was working on, and I'll start with this, and we'll get into consciousness, and we'll get into evil aliens and all this kind of stuff that's sort of prominent in the UFO world right now. But this is critically important because for whatever reason, I have had a series of people come to me claiming they've flown the craft. And I think I'm the only one that's got these people. People may have the odd one or whatever, but they just all seem to appear to me. So the book that will be coming out has 36 people, and this includes John Ramirez from the CIA. It includes 747 United Airlines pilot. It includes a retired U.S. Air Force colonel out of Los Angeles. A bunch of people at different levels. But before I begin, I want to sort of pay tribute to Robin Foy, who has just passed away. I have talked about a number of things I'm going to talk about today that I think are extremely important that the UFO community has sort of missed the boat in terms of everybody's interested into interesting stories. They want to hear the latest UFO thing, who's the latest video, all this kind of stuff. And in many regards, I think we're sort of missing the boat of what's actually going on. Robin Foy was very important because I think that physical mediumship is extremely important to understand how reality actually works. And Robin Foy did he was responsible for the skull experiment, if you've ever seen the documentary. And he has just passed away. And to show you the power of the physical and the connection between the physical and the non-physical, the spiritual world, whatever you want to call, I always refer people to the interview I did with Leslie Kane, where I asked her about the hand. I said, Leslie, tell me the story about the hand. Tell me what happened with the hand. And she describes this situation where she's sitting at this table with a red light under the table, and this sort of watery stuff starts to appear on the table, and this hand appears, an arm appears, and it's right there. She said, I can feel it. I can feel the knuckles. It's warmer than an ordinary hand. It's soft, like almost like a baby's hand. But she said it's absolutely a hand, and it sits there, and then it bangs on the table, and then it just sort of disappears back into wherever it came from. And she said she's seen this a number of times. That is critically important because that basically shows you that whatever phenomena we are dealing with doesn't live in this physical reality. It lives in some other reality, and it can pop in and it can pop back out. And Robin Foy and all the experiments he did with the skull, with all, if you've seen all the material that was going on in Great Britain in the 1990s, tremendous amount of material that shows a critically important thing that I think the UFO community has sort of overlooked. And that is this idea that it's all connected, whether you're talking physical mediumship, whether you're talking UFOs, whether you're talking paranormal phenomena, it's all one thing. We're parsing it. That's what Ray Hernandez's original vision was with Free when he had a conversation with me, and I gave a consciousness lecture a couple days later. He was taken into the field driving down the freeway in Miami, and he was basically shown it's all connected. You got to quit parsing this stuff. It's all the same thing. So I want to pay tribute to Robin Foy, who did a lot of important work that I think people should take a good look at because it is definitely connected to the UFO phenomena. My story today started with Pam Dupuis. This is Pam Dupuis, has now passed on. I owe most of what I'm going to talk about today to Pam Dupuis. She's the one that got me going. After I gave my first consciousness lecture in 2013 in Phoenix, Arizona, after my 2012 experience, there was basically told with absolute certainty this has all got to do with consciousness. I was put in contact with Pam Dupuy. I didn't know who she was. They said, "Are you going to talk to Pam?" I said, "I guess so." She came to this house on the Monday, and she basically started to talk about being an abductee and doing remote viewing for the U.S. government and this and that and whatever. And I'd heard all these stories. And at that point, she said, "Oh yeah, and last night I was flying the craft." And at that point, I never heard anything like this in my life. And I thought, this is absolutely insane. I still think it's insane. It's, I guess, what Jacques Vallée would call absurd. If you're going to make up a story, why would you put something so stupid into the story? Is the fact, "Oh yeah, I got to fly the craft." My first instinct when she told me this was, I said, like, come on, it's like Arab women at that point, you couldn't drive a car. I mean, you had to have your brother or a man in the car in order to drive a car. I mean, and you're saying that if you get taken by the intelligence, whatever it is, they'll let you fly the craft without training, without license, without insurance, nothing. You just, hey, drive the craft, let's fly around the universe here. And it just seems so absurd. And so she was the first one to tell me this. And then what happened is these people started to come to me one after another. And I would keep it very quiet. In the last maybe 6 months or a year, I've started to release what I've been told. But until that point, I really didn't tell anybody that I was recording these stories from these people. And basically, they're telling a very, very similar story about how this whole thing works. And it's extremely important to realize, because then once you understand how this works, you understand what may be going on. This is one of the most important slides I think I've ever seen. This is a painting that was done of an out-of-body experience. Now, if you look at the free survey of 3,200 experiencers that was done by Edgar Mitchell, Ray Hernandez, and all those people, 80% of people who are experiencers say that had an out-of-body experience. I have not, but I realize the importance of the out-of-body experience. Again, the out-of-body experience is going to be the same thing. It's the same thing as a near-death experience. It's the same thing as lucid dreaming. It's all these sort of things where you move into this alternate reality. The importance of this is, this painting is, you have this girl who's out of her body and she's looking back. And this is critically important. It's like, I call it the 1492 dilemma. And that is, what if the world was actually flat? What if the sun actually did go around the earth? What if everything was actually solid? What if we weren't moving at 1,000 miles an hour into the east? And what if there were only 5,000 stars? What would it look like? It would look exactly the same way it does now. It's interpretation. So we're in a dilemma right now where we are making interpretations about what we're seeing, and it's not true. So we have this idea, oh, you have God created the heaven and the earth, and he created a human being, and then he put the soul in there, and he put consciousness inside the brain, and the brain looks out the eyes, and it sees what's going on, and it lives its life. The out-of-body experience completely proves that wrong. So you have the girl, she's looking back at her body, and what does she see? She sees her body, but more important, she sees her head, and she sees her brain. So she's got awareness. Now, it may be contained in an astral body, but it's still just awareness. So the awareness is looking back at the body and seeing the brain. So is consciousness in the brain? No, it's not. Is the awareness in the brain? No, it's not. It's floating above the body, or it's seemingly above the body. It's looking back. Consciousness is there. And what you have to realize is that, as Deepak Chopra has said so many times, and wisdom going back 5,000 years have said, this is like illusion. This is the fact that the body is in the awareness, not the other way around. We want to interpret it and say our awareness is in our body. We see through our eyes, we feel through our hands and stuff. No, the body is in the awareness. The awareness is looking at the body. It's looking at the brain. It's looking at the head. The awareness is not in the brain. What's even more important, if you look at the side, say that was a window, you could have your awareness floating around, and you could go and look out the window. And what would you see? You would see the moon. You would see that mountain. The mountain is in your awareness. The moon is in your awareness. It's not out there. It's in your awareness. You could look out and see the stars. The stars are in your awareness. And recently, we've had this whole debate about galaxies. And I pointed out 100 years ago, we only believed there was one galaxy. And Hubble, when he came forward and said the Andromeda, he was talking about the Andromeda galaxy, he had a lot of fight. They said it's not a galaxy, you get lost. Now it went up to 200 billion galaxies. And now the science suddenly said, oh, we made a mistake. There's 2 trillion galaxies. So the 2 trillion galaxies, where are the 2 trillion galaxies? They're in the awareness. We're saying, oh no, it's out there. There's just time and space and it's out there. But the out-of-body experience, if you understand what's actually going on here, that the awareness, everything is in that awareness. Here's one that ties it into the UFO issue. Betty Andreasen, who just recently passed away, had 6 books written on her. I was honored to, at one point, interview her, but I can't find the interview. She had an experience where she has this long experience. They take her here, they take her there. They're taking her all over the place. This elder and this gray guy, small gray guy, are taking her around, and she goes back. And she goes back exactly the same thing that Chris Bledsoe talked about. That Chris Bledsoe said that in the 2007 experience, he was moved around Egypt and he was shown all this stuff. And he said it seemed like it took 4 months. It was actually 4 hours he was gone, and he was in a glass orb. He could look out and he was in this glass orb. So Betty Andreasen talks about this glass orb as well, that she's taken back to her house after this experience in this glass orb. So they land her in the backyard. She gets out of this glass orb, and this is what she says. I ran to the trailer door, happy to be home. I headed for the bedroom where Bob was still sleeping. As I reached my side of the bed, I was shocked as I saw myself sitting there. Yet I was standing there beside myself. I slipped into my resting body. So this comes to this whole thing about abduction. What's really going on? Do we actually think, is it actually like the sun is actually going around the earth? This is how we interpret it. We are being grabbed and we are being taken physically out of the body. But when you start to look at this sort of stuff, you see a lot of really weird stuff in terms of the body floating, going through walls, which shouldn't happen if they were actually moving you in a physical state. And Betty Andreasen, you got to remember, she had 6 books written on her. She had a lot of experience about this, and a lot of experiencers will tell you this. They'll say, I don't think I was abducted. They come to me in my dreams. Or Bashar says, we come to you in your dreams because now you're in our world. And this is this whole interpretation of the 1492 dilemma. What's really going on? What are we actually seeing? What is actual reality? And the more I look at it, the more I realize what I was told, and I've only had a couple of very direct inspirational events where I was given material. And in the one, it was clear as day, I was told, you have not got a clue. Everything that you think is wrong. In fact, it's exactly the opposite of what you think it is. And that's what we always have to keep in the back of our mind, is we're being given these ideas in the physical world, and we're rehashing these ideas that we've been taught as we got brought up, and we've twisted it around. Rene Descartes, who came up with the scientific method, actually said, people say, well, you got to be skeptical. And so Rene Descartes, the way he described it, if you go back and describe it, is no, you don't have to be skeptical of new ideas. You have to be skeptical of your old ideas. That's what he said. I need to tear down everything I've believed. And that's, I think, what we've got to do. We've got to realize that a lot of the stuff we believe that we have gathered and put together is wrong. It's wrong. And what the paranormal phenomena is showing us is there's something to discover here. If the world was the way we say it would be, these things would not be happening. It's the 5% that Gary Nolan talks about outside the curve. You look at the 5%, the anomalies, and that will tell you why something is happening. It's not the person is telling a lie, it's the person is telling the truth, and they're giving you a hint that something you believe is not right. So you have this constant thing about out-of-body experiences involving experiencers, and 80% of experiencers say they've had out-of-body experiences. Now, here's Seth. I've been now back in the recent years to channelers. I really believe strongly in channelers, in the material that, because they're all basically saying the same thing. People say, oh, they all said different stuff. Absolute garbage. I have read this stuff. They're all saying the same thing. And here's this idea that if we go back to this, Seth says, consciousness does not take up any space. You must understand this. So if awareness is there and awareness is looking back at the body, awareness is consciousness. It doesn't take up any space. It's all there at that one point in space and time, or whatever you want to call it. It's just there. How big is the universe? It's no bigger. It doesn't have any space at all. We're making these assumptions that there's this huge universe when in fact consciousness is all there is, this awareness, and it doesn't take up any space. So Seth is another one. This is this idea that we believe that we're in these physical bodies and the spirits are coming to us. Seth said to Jane Roberts, I am in this room, although I have no object within which you can place me. You are just as disembodied as I am. You have a vehicle to use, a body that you can call your own, and that is all. We're all we're all disembodied, and from time to time we'll go into a body and we'll occupy this body, but we are all the same thing. We're these essences that make up the one, or as Bashar says, the one is the all are the one. I've pushed this for many years. I'm not getting very far, but I'm absolutely certain that this is going to be true. I talked about an experiment. I talked about it with Alan a couple times. J.Z. Knight did a test a number of years ago. Ramtha, who she was channeling, wanted to do this test. She did 3 DNA tests. She did one, and did 3 different samples, one when she was completely normal, one when she was channeling Ramtha. And what these 3 different labs brought back was the fact that when she was normal, she was a female with French background, I think it was. And when she was channeling, her DNA completely changed. She was male, had a male DNA, and she had she was from Iceland or some sort of thing like that. It was completely different. So everybody would say, okay, Jane Roberts made the story up, it's all garbage, whatever. It made sense, because if you know with people who have multiple personality disorders, you'll hear these stories all the time. Oh, the person's eye color changed. This, they didn't have the disease. One could see, one couldn't see properly, had to wear glasses, all this kind of stuff. That's all DNA. And so we have this understanding, oh, DNA is this physical thing and it programs us and whatever. This destroys that idea. It basically says, you got to rethink DNA. What is DNA actually? If everything is consciousness, you've got to start forgetting about the physical aspect of this thing. And you got to realize there may be an aspect that all you're seeing is a reflection of something that is much more intricate and much more complex. So she had this test. So I said, everybody said, don't listen to her. No. I said, well, why don't we just do another experiment? Why don't we just go out there and look? If it's not true, we should be easily be able to prove it. We can go to trance channelers, not sort of relay channelers who are relaying messages back and forth, because the channeler will still be in possession of their consciousness. But when you start looking at people who trance channel, so Lynn Buchanan is on the left-hand side. Now, these are stories that when I see them, I go, wow, this proves it again. Lynn Buchanan was given a target, remote viewing target, when he was in the military. He was given a target to go into Saddam Hussein's head. And he talked about this mind melding thing that they actually claim that the remote viewers can do this. They can get into somebody's head and they can try to change their ideas or whatever. He went into his head, and the report was, and he's talked about this a few times, when he got in Saddam Hussein's head, his eyes turned to brown. His eyes color changed. Paul Selleck on the right-hand side. Paul Selleck always talks about, and you'll hear him, if you hear him talk, he talks about it all the time. He says, when I channel, people say, my eyes turn this bright blue. And I've never seen it because I can't see it, but I ask people, did you see it? Oh yeah, your eyes turn bright blue. So I knew there had to be some connection. And I'm thinking, he's talking about his spirit guides. And I waited, and finally he said it. I've seen my one spirit guide a number of times, and he's this guy. He had this scroll, and he describes this first time that he met him coming over this mountain, and it came down, and he had these bright blue eyes. And there you see it. So you got to question this thing: is how much is actually physical? Is consciousness actually DNA? And when you change the consciousness in the body, and you have a trance channel, and you put another consciousness in there, is that DNA going to change? If it does, the world is on its head. Everything people believe is going to be wrong. And I keep insisting that we run this experiment. I've tried it. I've talked to Bashar. He had agreed to do this test. There was a couple of people who had agreed to do this test. This would revolutionize the world if this turns out to be true, that when a trans channeler channels, the DNA changes. And that would totally revolutionize the world, because we'd have to rethink the whole idea of physical DNA. Here's going back to this slide here. The thing is, what's really going on? What is, we assume we're sitting and looking out the eyes, and we're interpreting stuff, and the soul is in the body and stuff like this. But if you take a look at what has happened in history, and I'm going to get more into talking about the first one, when Jesus is dealing with the Pharisees. Now people say, oh, skeptics, got to be a skeptic. Well, skeptics were around in the biblical days. The skeptics in the biblical day were the Pharisees. They were jabbing Jesus all the time, and they asked him about the kingdom of God. Okay, so when's the kingdom of God coming? And I'll get in more detail, but I'll just give you the short version here. Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you." Physicist John Wheeler, he had two things. There's one thing he said: there is no out there. Now, what did he mean by that? Is that the absolute concept that there is no out there? There's no time and space. This is all illusion. People have had a lot of debates about it. And he also had this other thing, was that reality did not come until something was observed. And he had one other thing, but it's just escaped my mind, where he understood this concept that it's much more complex than what you would see. Here's the one that Stephen Greer uses all the time. He talks in his meditation, he talks about the Sufi quote, "Does thou recognize self only as a puny form when within thee the universe is enfolded? Is it true that your consciousness, you have the 2 trillion galaxies inside your consciousness, you have the stars, the planets, everything is inside your consciousness, or is it out there, out there?" And people seem to be indicating over and over again, it actually may just be all within yourself. If you talk to people, the head guy for out-of-body experiences, he said the same thing. When you have an out-of-body experience, you don't go out of your body, you go into your body. Everything is within you. And this is the concept that looks more like, as I go along, this looks like this is exactly what's going to be. And this turns everything upside down. That's why I'm saying it's like 1492. We haven't got a clue. We are absolutely out to lunch as to what we're doing. And all we're doing is taking the programmed, conditioned mind, and we're moving these blocks around and trying to make them work. And all the blocks are wrong. Here's Deepak Chopra. You are not in the world. The world is in you. So this is the concept where I think we're going with this whole thing. And then you can start to explain when the people are flying the craft. And I'll get into this. This is another one. Consciousness does not exist in the body. The body exists within your consciousness. Do you understand the difference? And I think that was Seth that said that. No, that's Bashar. Do you understand the difference? The body exists within your consciousness. And that's this idea of looking back from an out-of-body experience. The awareness, the consciousness is there, and everything is in that consciousness. Here's one of my sky pilots. This is the Peter Whitley from, he's the head of MUFON for Japan. His experience started by going to a session. He was always into meditation his whole life. He went to a session at the Monroe Institute and suddenly picked up out-of-body experience. He was able to do this at will. He could do it all the time. I think he said he had done 22 sessions the last time I interviewed him. He said he was going to start doing them again. But what he basically does, he goes into the out-of-body state, and then he goes and talks to he goes on the ship. He goes to talk to the Greys. He can go wherever he wants. And you'll see this over and over again with people who have out-of-body experiences. They can go wherever they want. They can do whatever they want. The mind is the builder. Or as Bashar said, or not Bashar, Edgar Cayce, the spirit is the life, the mind is the builder, and the physical is the result. So he can go in an out-of-body state and he go onto the craft. And in this book, and I call it the UFO Sky Pilot, the book, he tells his story of going on, interacting, how they pull material, all engagements he had, and it's all done through out-of-body experience. All his stuff is done through out-of-body experience. Here's Rebecca Castle, who was the one involved with John Podesta with trying to get a meeting for Edgar Mitchell with Edgar Mitchell about UFOs with Barack Obama. She's flown the craft and she talks the same thing, and everybody will repeat the same thing. The craft is alive. The craft is a conscious being. She puts her hands on this panel and whatever she thinks is what the craft does. And I think she did that as a small child. So she's one of them. Here's Gerald Pratt from Liverpool, England, another one that basically says this is out-of-body experience. And he talks about being on the craft, and these people are flying the craft, and he says, can I have a go at it? And he said a couple of important things, which you'll see cross over into all the other paranormal phenomena, is he said as soon as he was told to put his hand on a panel on the wall. As soon as he put his hand on the panel, he said, I could suddenly see in 360 degrees. This is something you'll see in out-of-body experience, near-death experience. You'll see it all over the place. This is another one of these absurd things that Jacques Vallée talks about. This is not something you want to make up. Oh, I could see in 360 degrees. This is absolute nuts. But people in out-of-body experiences, in these abduction experiences on board the ship will say, I could see in 360 degrees. And that's what he said. And he lifted the craft up and he said he could suddenly see through the walls of the craft. As soon as he put his hand on the panel, he became one with the craft. And whatever he thought is what the craft does. So his mind just basically told it what he wanted to do. Here's Chris Bledsoe. Chris Bledsoe is very famous for his experience. When I heard he'd flown the craft, I said, Chris, I don't stop talking. I want to get this on tape. I phoned him up on Skype. I recorded the phone conversation. I've got it on my UFO consciousness podcast. And he tells the whole story in 5 minutes. He talks about very bizarre things. He talks about the fact that the craft is alive. The craft is a conscious being. And that when he went into the craft, it was multiple times bigger on the inside as it was. Terry Lovelace tells the same story, that it was the size of a football field inside. Hal Puthoff has talked about this. I've always wondered how do people describe this? That when they go in the craft, it's way bigger inside the craft than it is outside. Then you're starting to look at the fact this may not be as physical as you think it is. This may be something else. And even Bashar, I think, well, I may have it coming up here, but here's what Chris said. You become a part of that machine, that metal, that ship. It almost has like a soul to it. The craft does. It maybe becomes you into the future, into the machine somehow. It is very intelligent. And he talked about this, and everybody, it's almost like they're reading off a cue card. They're all telling the same sort of story. The craft is alive. You become one with the craft, and whatever you think is what the craft does. Here's Chris's drawing that he made for me. This is there was 4 beings. He was standing on the far wall there. There's a panel board on the right-hand side there, and there's this pedestal. And what he was told is to put his hand on this pedestal. And he said once he put his hand on the pedestal, these lights started to come off the pedestal, and you could see where his handprint was, and different variations. And then these octagon things started to swirl in the walls, and the craft started getting these octagons got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then all of a sudden the window opened up, and he said I was cross-legged on the floor, looking out the window, flying down the Cape Fear River, a couple of inches off the water. And that's where he'd been taken in 2007, going, yahoo, and flying this craft with not touching anything, sitting there, and the whole craft is moving at his will. Here's what Bashar says. So you see these parallels over and over again. Everybody's starting to talk about the same thing, almost like the veil is thinned, and we're about to learn this thing. Our ships, this is Bashar talking, our ships, in a sense, are grown. It's what all the 36 people told me. The crafts are alive. They have this ability to shift their shape over and over again. This idea that the craft can be way bigger, and even within the cabin to provide what we need. So they can change the shape of it, the size of it, depending on what they need, when we need it. And when we don't need it, it simply absorbs back into the walls or the floors or the ceilings. It's all made out of the same seamless material, like it's grown. But it's the idea is they can change the ship to appear as whatever they want. And that's one of the problems we have with UFO sightings. Everybody's gathering these UFO sightings, not realizing that the UFO can appear as whatever it wants. There are almost no 2 UFOs that look the same. There are almost no 2 grays that look the same. It's almost like they look like leaves on a tree, but when you look close, you see, it's actually not the same, that they can change. And that would indicate a consciousness thing, that the consciousness is creating whatever shape they want, depending on what size they want, or whatever they need. It's very, very plastic, almost like a psychedelic experience or a near-death experience, where you realize that it becomes very plastic and you are able to control the environment as to whatever you see is what appears. Here's Ron Johnson, who talked, and this is a parallel, crosses over into the spirit world. And there is this very direct connection to the spirit world. Ron Johnson has recorded this over 50 years, all his experiences over 50 years. This is LB, this is the being that he deals with. And he was told to fly the craft. He was told to sit in a seat, which a lot of people are, and put his fingers into these little holes in the seat. And he said the seat was as if it was built for him. It was completely fit his body. And I asked, what am I supposed to do? So the LB says, it's all inside you. All you have to do is think, and the ship will respond to what you want to do. It's all inside you. There is no out there. I said, like I'd like to go out in deep space and see the Milky Way from a distance. It took maybe a second or so, and all of a sudden, we come to a stop way out somewhere, and I'm looking at the Milky Way from a distance. 1 second to out there. So tell me that's physical. That's something else going on. And that's this idea, it's all inside you, that you're moving around inside you. The whole reality, your whole existence is happening in your consciousness. And Ron points this out. He also pointed out another thing and you see this over and over again when you start looking at his experiences, you see these parallels. So I'm talking to Ron, and he gets 3 visions in the spirit world. LB takes him in the spirit world. And the third one, he's with his mother. Second one, he's with his mother. He can't see his mother. Third one, he's with his mother. He's actually walking around with her in what he calls like a heavenly type place with, beautiful. And he says he's a LDS guy. So he says, my mother shows me this. It looks like a temple in a small temple in Nephi, Utah. And she says, Ron, when you die, you're going to get a room in this building. And he said, when I went in the building, he said, it was the weirdest thing. He said it was like 10 to 100 times the size inside the building as it was outside the building. And I go, hey, I said to myself, hey, that's exactly what the UFO people are saying about the UFO. So is he in a temple in Nephi, Utah? Is he in a UFO? It seems to be the same principle. And this is, again, these absurd things that if you're going to make up a story, you're not going to say, oh, I went in a building, it was like 100 times the size in the building as well. It doesn't make any sense. So you see these parallels over and over again between the spirit world and the UFO world. And it all, I would say, is going to link back to consciousness. It's all consciousness. It's all within yourself. It's all happening in your consciousness. Here's Jean Kimura. I just interviewed her. She's in the book. She was taken in, where was she? In LA? No. She was on the West Coast somewhere with two other women. They were in a tent. She and a second woman were taken. The third woman, she said never talked to her again after this happened, was left in the tent for some reason. So they were taken to this craft, and they were shown this panel, and they said, where would you like to go? And so her and this other woman were going around the universe, and she actually said to them, well, how does this work? And he said, you have to see it inside yourself. It's within you. Think, imagine it in your head, and then push the button, and that's where we'll go. And she said they did it. Both her and this other woman were doing this. They would do this, imagine where they wanted to go, and they were going all over the place. And you see this again, the crossovers. If you take a look, I just did an interview, which I'll hopefully post on my Paranormal UFO Consciousness podcast with Ingrid Honkala, who worked for the US Navy. She worked for NASA. She's an oceanographer, a PhD. She had a near-death experience when she's 3 years old, or just before 3 years old, in Colombia, where she grew up. And she tells the story, again, you see this parallel. She says, I'm out of my body, I'm floating around, and I go to the housekeeper and I see she's watching a soap opera. And then suddenly, I'm over my mother, and my mother is going to the bus stop. And my mother instantaneously knew something was wrong and turned around and started running back to the house. She had drowned in a pool in the back of on the patio. And her sister was sitting there playing with her. And she said, and then my mother started running back, and I went, oh, okay. And then she said, I saw this dog at the end of the street. And I went, oh, a dog. I love dogs. And she said, instantaneously, she was with the dog. And then she saw this park off in the distance. And she said, oh, a park. And boom, she was instantly in the park. And she started to play this game. She'd see a tree. Boom, she'd instantly be at the tree. It was this idea. She was moving around instantaneously based upon where she wanted to go with her mind. It was all within her. She was doing this. So you see these parallels over and over again with these near-death experiences, with these abduction experiences, with all this kind of stuff, to show us this key component that we may have all this stuff wrong, and everything may be an activity inside consciousness. We want to turn it into nouns. We want to have, oh, there's 7 levels, and there's this, and there's this, and there's colors, and this. There's nothing. There's just one thing. It's just consciousness. And as Deepak Chopra says, everything is an activity inside consciousness. There are no nouns. As soon as someone starts describing nouns, it's wrong. It's a verb. It's all alive. It's all, and it's almost like, as I describe now, God did not create the heaven and the earth. God created the sparks of the divine, and the sparks of the divine created the heaven and the earth. We are creating the universe with thought. It's all made out of consciousness. We are creating it. We create the good and we create the bad. We create the duality. It is up to us, but it's this world, and we're making this interesting Hollywood movie, and God is watching this thing, but it's all there. The idea that there's an out there, there's some Illuminati that's going to eat us, or evil aliens or whatever. We're creating it all. It's all us creating what's happening inside of us, and it's all done with consciousness. Consciousness is primary. Here's this 360-degree vision thing, which you'll see over and over and over again. And I didn't even know this existed until I started looking at this whole thing. This is another one of the things that I think has been totally ignored. It's extremely important, and that is the blindfold reading. I've encouraged the kids in Australia. They actually started an Olympic team. I said, we need to promote this thing, because basically what you have is a small kid who's maybe 5 or 6 years old. You can teach a kid, put a blindfold, and these are very high-end blindfolds. If you ever seen how they work, There's no way you can see out of these things. You can put on a kid 5, 6 years old, or 4 or 5, 6 years old. Within a couple of minutes, the kid can see colors. You can have kids reading books with blindfolds on, and people say that's not possible. No, it's garbage. They're peeking. No, it's the whole idea. Where is the consciousness? Where are you actually seeing out of your eyes? This absolutely proves you're not seeing out of your eyes. And what they show is, this is Rob Freeman, my friend, that you can take a colored piece of paper and the person can sit on it and determine what color it is, put it behind your head, above your head, and it's not looking at a certain area. It's this 360-degree vision that the consciousness is not being seen through the eyes, almost like the near-death experience thing, where they did the study with 33 people who are blind, and they had, what I remember the percentage was 13 people who had never seen in their life had a near-death experience, and they could see, and they'd never seen it in their life. And that's the whole idea. What's actually doing the seeing? This is extremely important. It keeps getting ignored. There's groups all around the world. It was actually invented by the Indonesian military. This whole idea that take guys and put bags over their head and throw them out of planes, and they had to operate with these blindfolds on. It just proves conclusively that you can see. And the other thing to report with these kids that I've interviewed, some of these kids, where as soon as you have it, you also you can see things in the future, where you can be driving along with the blindfold and you know something's coming around the corner. Watch out, something's coming. And this is the whole idea. It's all tied together, but consciousness is not in the brain. I just put this one because it's kind of, I just found it and I thought it'd be kind of interesting for people who are into the whole thing about what's going on with the government. This is Senator Barry Goldwater. I got his entire collection of papers from the University of Arizona. 1981, he said, relative to your question about the accuracy of the details in the Roswell incident, that was a book written by Bill Moore in 1980. It got the whole thing going. He was head of the Senate Intelligence Committee. So now you got Senate Intelligence Committee working on. Barry Goldwater's head of the Senate Intelligence Committee in 81. They are partially true. The Roswell story is partially true, but not completely. I can't give you any other answer other than that. So please don't push it. That's in a Barry Goldwater level. I just want to stick that. Here's the beings. They're coming out with a documentary. I think it's going to be on Google, whatever. I don't follow these services, but it's coming out, and there's a book. I was helping put the book together, but I'm sort of strapped down with a bunch of stuff that I didn't get it. So they're going to do the book. These are two women with dyslexia in Great Britain, and you'll see a lot of people have dyslexia, a lot of experiences of dyslexia, almost like that's the part that triggers these people are into this other world. And these are called the beings. These are the ones, either I interviewed them or somebody interviewed them, and we said, because you see they got no faces, and that's the whole concept, is they don't want you to see them as human beings. They're just beings. They call themselves the beings. And I remember either I asked them or somebody else asked them, hey, are you an extraterrestrial? Are you extraterrestrials? And what they responded was, oh, do you want us to be extraterrestrials? We could do that. We could be extraterrestrials. We could even take care of our planet if you want. But no, we've always been here. You're the visitor. And you see this over and over again. And these are the beings. When this documentary comes out, you'll see it over and over again. They just say, it's an illusion. Get it through your head. It's an illusion. Everybody's dead. It's all an illusion. It's all just, it's happening. You're creating this thing. Sit back and enjoy it. And that comes to this whole idea that's now starting to move in the scientific community. So it's starting to come together, is this idea of the simulated universe. But in the simulated universe, oh, there's somebody running a computer. No, it's the sparks of the divine that are running and creating this whole simulated universe thing. But you'll start to see this, and a lot of experiencers are dealing with beings who are starting to talk about this idea, almost like they wouldn't talk to us in 1940s, 50s, 60s, because we wouldn't know what the heck they're talking about. But now they're starting to talk about this idea. It's an illusion. It's all being created in the mind. Here's one message. Here's what they said. This is from the beings. And there's actually two women who are in contact getting messages from the same beings. There is no good or bad, just experiences, even though it may not seem that way. The earthly realm is an illusion, which you and all other humans chose to create to comprehend the meaning of energy. No human has the power to extinct the earthly realm. No need to fear the experiences that humans chose for themselves. Enjoy and have fun in this puzzle called life. That had to do with a vision that I had, that I asked them. I said, hey, can the government actually do this? You'll hear about it down the road. I'm not really sort of talking about now, but I said, can the government actually do this? And I had this sort of encounter, and that's when they said, it's all illusion. I mean, you keep forgetting the plot here. It's all illusion. I knew that, and they sort of brought me back to reality and said that's the way it works. Here's Nancy Tremaine. I helped her publish her first book, And I wrote the foreword to her second book. She was the first to encounter the Greys publicly. She's written 2 books on the subject. She was taken in July of 1961. This is what she wrote in the middle of the night. Realities or illusions are part of the delusion that we have created. We are living in a delusional illusion of our making. We are players in this fictional theater that we perform for our creators, a muse existing for our audience. The stage is set at birth and our performance has begun. She wrote that, woke up, and it was on a piece of paper beside her. That admits the quote that I always use now: all the world's a stage, all the men and women and aliens are but actors. They have their entrances and exits, and each man plays many roles. You are not the actor on the stage. You are playing an actor on the stage. Big difference. You are the one that's watching. You are the observer floating above the body, and the little actor is lying in the bed. We have to keep this in mind. We are in charge of the whole thing. It's all within us. It is all an illusion. This is Desta Barnaby, who's written 2 channeling books. And when I go back and look at her channeling books, I would suggest people read my assistant Desta Barnaby's channeling books. She is right. I could not believe. Here's what she said. I went to look it up. It is all an illusion you have made with your mind. Everything you see now, know it is you, and you gain control, and you can have what you want. It is endless because you are eternal. And the concept is, when you realize you're creating it, you get control of it. If you are the victim, then you are the victim. You float around like a cork going down a stream. Once you realize you are the one that's creating the illusion, you have a chance to change it because you're the one creating it. Now here, let's get rid of this thing here. Here's this question about Jesus with the Pharisees. He was asked by the Pharisees, when will the kingdom of God come? Jesus answered to them, the kingdom of God is not coming with something observable. No one will say, look here or there. And that's this whole idea. Is it out there? For this, you see, the kingdom of God is within you. And this is the mistake we're making. We're believing this is out there thing we're seeing through our eyes and this sort of stuff. And Jesus, it goes back 2,000 years where Jesus said, no one will say, look here or there, for the kingdom of God is within you. And that goes back to this idea. It's all in consciousness, and it may not take any space. It's like the singularity. It's like the whole thing about, oh, how did the universe get created? Oh, it came out of a singularity, came out of nothing. And I go, yeah, come on, let's give you a head shake. Like, how does this work? What's a singularity? Well, it's something doesn't obey the laws of time, physics. And this is what it may be, a singularity. It's one singularity, and you are the singularity, and it's all within you. You created it. And you go from lifetime to lifetime, you just go back in there and you create another thing, and you come out, create another game to play. And we just go through this over and over again, and we are the creators of the universe. The Seth channel again, the responsibility for your life and your world is yours. It has not been forced upon you by some outside agency. You form your own dreams and you form your own physical reality. The world is what you are. It is the physical materialization of the inner self which have formed it. Again, you see this over and over again now, that this idea that we are creating this physical universe. Here's Jim Semivan, who had the experience with the beings. And here's what he says. People will say, well, you know, these bad guys or whatever. It's very important. I think you should listen to Jim Semivan. He's very honest, and he's trying to come to grips with what happened to him. And here's what he said. How do you make any sense of it when there does not appear to be any there? The phenomena seems to work on another level, consciousness, dimension, unknown to our science. There does not appear to be any there. It all just sort of dissolves. And here's a guy who probably knows more than you and I. He's got some contacts. He's good friends with Kit Green and all the guys in the Invisible College and all these guys. He's had some conversations. He's never really expressed what he means by that, but it's this whole idea that the physical world starts to fall apart. The DMT experiment. So I had a friend who's an AI expert. I remember him phoning me up one day and he said, hey, I had an abduction experience. I had doing DMT. I had this classic abduction experience. I said, you had a classic abduction experience? And I knew this Strassman, when he did the experiment, that he kept it very secret. These people were talking about having these encounters with beings. And he kept it secret because he couldn't grasp it. And he said to people, hey, do you think you were abducted? And they would say, no, I don't think I was abducted. And they were on a table. They were watching them. They gave them that it's like a 10-minute session or whatever. So Strassman knew they weren't going anywhere. They were on the bed. And so I asked my friend, I said, well, tell me about it. He said, well, I was on the table and they were working on my head. He said, I could see their arms. I couldn't see them, but it looked like beings, and I was there. And this is the whole thing. So he's in the classic abduction experience, which apparently 25% of all the DMT people also experience, is the classic abduction experience of being operated on or being on a table and that sort of thing. And he didn't go anywhere. He was lying on a couch for 10 minutes. He didn't go anywhere. So where actually was he? And this is this concept. He went within, the same as the out-of-body experience goes within. It's all within. He went within himself and had that experience. And it's very plastic, and you can create whatever you want. So let's get going, because we want to get everything here. I got so much material. John Wheeler, the universe does not exist out there, independent of us. Now, John Wheeler is the guy that came up with the black hole theory and the wormhole theory. He's not a stupid guy. He was at Princeton. He was the, after Einstein, and he also came up with the very bizarre idea there's only one electron. And that gets into the same sort of thing. Do you really know what's going on? When Wheeler said, hey, I think there's only one electron, it's moving back and forth in the universe. There is only one electron. So he said, the universe does not exist out there, independent of us. We are inescapably involved in bringing about that which appears to be happening. We are not only observers, we are participators. In some strange sense, this is a participatory universe. And that's the point. We are creating the universe. We're creating it. We are the thing, and nothing comes into physical until it's observed. It's this idea that we are manifesting physical reality. However this is done, through heavier vibration or whatever, we are the ones that are running the show. Here's Niels Bohr. Everything we call real is made of things that cannot be regarded as real. Now, Niels Bohr won the Nobel Prize for the atom, for the quantum atom. He should know what he's talking about. And what happened is all these early guys were idealists. They believed that consciousness is primary. And when we got to World War II, then suddenly it was technology. And we moved away from this consciousness thing, and we got into, hey, what's the technology? How do these things fly? How's that metal work? And we go into this whole thing about, is there a buck in it for me? And can we get, cheaper gas? And can we go in for a weekend trip to Mars and stuff like that? It becomes this sort of physical thing that takes over. But the early guys believed that consciousness was primary. Paul Selleck is one that I watch very, very closely. They say ultimately there is only one note being played in the universe, and it's being articulated in different form. So it's really saying everything is a source of God, or whatever you want to call that power that you may know, vibration, whatever you want to name it. It is as everything. Is that? No, it's not making any sense. It's just one oscillation. He said it's one note played in various levels, to infinite levels. It's all one note. It's the same idea. There's only one electron. John Wheeler called Richard Feynman one day and said, Feynman, I know why all electrons have the same charge and the same mass. Why? Said Feynman. Because they're all the same electron. Our universe evolved from a singularity, a point of infinite density and gravity, and that before this event, time, space did not exist. The same would apply to our point of consciousness, that it's all a point of singularity, and that when you get out of it, the time and space do not exist. We assume this, that all this is there. We're only seeing this very small spectrum of reality, and we've got to always remember that. We think we've got it all figured out, like Max Planck's professor in 1874 said, hey, Max, don't go into physics. We got it all figured out. You're wasting your time. And of course, that was total nonsense. Here's, again, this is Ingrid Honkala. I would absolutely advise you to listen to what she says, because she's a top-notch scientist who told me some of the stuff she did to the US Navy. Wherever I put my mind, I could go. Time and space had vanished for me. I could be anywhere at any time. Saw a dog at the end of the street, was instantly there. Saw a tree, was instantly there. Edgar Mitchell, this is this whole thing where they did these, the experiment where with the 3,200 experiencers, and it was run. A lot of people say, "Oh, the data isn't very straight." I don't think the data. It was done by John Climo. John Climo did 220 PhD dissertations. He chaired them. He was also a reader on 150 dissertations on how to gather data. The material in the free survey is correctly gathered. This guy had 370 dissertations he did. According to people who had to know how to put the data down, he would correct people's papers about how to correct the data. So they did the experiences. Here's what you find. Healing, 50%. And you have in the near-death experience other things, healed from lung problems. That was Honkala, orbs. 67% of experiencers see orb. Honkala saw a blue orb in the shower. That's when she started to see the energy beings. The energy beings are the #1 being seen in the free survey, 55%. So she saw this blue orb, and she said, "Oh, these are blue meanies. They're the bad guys." And I said, "It was bad." No, it wasn't bad. It was really revolutionary to her experience. Dead people. Whitley Strieber's wife read the 200,000 letters with the secretary and came into Whitley and said, "Whitley, whatever we're dealing with here has something to do with death." Dead people, 76% of experiencers see dead people on board the ship. They're more psychic. This is with Honkala with the near-death experience, same thing. Brilliant light, 52%. Honkala, yes. Mystical being identified voice. Same thing with Honkala, had the voice. Near-death experience. This is the other bizarre one where people say, "Oh, it's just random. You just got grabbed off the street by some alien, he abducted you, whatever." So you have that random event, and then you find out that 37% of all people who randomly were abducted off the street also randomly have near-death experiences, and most of them have 2 near-death experiences. So what's the chances that somebody's going to have a random abduction experience and then a random near-death experience, or are they coming to the Earth to create a reality with their mind that says, "Oh, I have a near-death experience. I can learn something from that, and I'll also be an experiencer, and I'll learn something from that." So you have that out-of-body experience I mentioned before. 80% of all experiencers have out-of-body experiences. Love and oneness was the main message to Honkala and to a lot of the different modalities, near-death experience and OBEs and stuff. 54% of experiencers were talking about oneness and love, and that doesn't make any sense. The alien is going to talk to you about oneness and love. Past life memory, yes, in both cases. Sensitive to other realities, yes, along with those blindfold kids. They're sensitive to other realities as once they put those blindfolds on. At peace, yes. Quiet. Honkala said she would lock herself in bedrooms and closets to try to get away from the noise, to regain this silence. Ghosts or spirits. 76% of experiencers had seen ghosts or spirits. And of course, Honkala sees them all the time. Desire to help others, 51%. And Inga Honkala, that's her main mission. She believes is here to help people. And I'll just get into a little bit of this stuff, because this negative stuff that's going around about the Skinwalker Ranch and, "Oh, these hitchhikers, and this is terrible, and we're victims, and it's not our consciousness, it's these evil things that are doing stuff." So this is my friend Ron Johnson, and I talked to him, and I knew this already, so I asked Ron, I said, "Hey, you ever have a hitchhiker come with you?" And he said, "Oh yeah." So he tells the story. He says he set up his camera in front of a big mausoleum. He does a lot of ghost hunting. "I pounded on the door of the mausoleum and invited it to come out for a photo." And he had the camera all set up. He says, "A black mass started to manifest between me and the mausoleum. And it gave me the hackles to stood up on my neck. I got one photo of it, then broke everything down and left. This black mass followed me home, and it took me over 5 years to finally get rid of it. It had followed me to 3 different homes that I had moved into." And this is the whole point. So the Skinwalker Ranch book plays all these evil things that are following people home. Anybody who has done paranormal phenomena knows that unless you guard yourself, unless you're going to get a hitchhiker. It's very common in paranormal phenomena, ghost hunting and stuff like that, where the phenomena follows you home. And Jacques Vallée, there's another interesting thing where you see these crossovers. Jacques Vallée discovered that many gifted remote viewers also had UAP type experiences going back to their childhoods. When it turned out that many of these subjects had experienced UFOs, they brought me into the project on a strictly confidential basis to document that aspect of the problem, Jacques Vallée told Brent Rains. So this is the whole thing. They understand this concept, that there's this connection across. In fact, one high-level intelligence guy I put a message to see whether he actually said this, and what they said was, because we cannot control the phenomena, we watch the people that the phenomena affects. And there may be visitors, however defined. And this is the whole idea, that you have to listen to the experiencers. They're the ones interacting. What we're doing now is we're doing Rendlesham Forest. Rendlesham Forest is a UFO sighting. Time to get over it. Oh, we're looking at the Nimitz. The Nimitz is a UFO sighting. Time to get over it. We gotta quit looking at the entertainment. 100 years ago, we used entertainment. We used seances to entertain people. Like, oh, we got nothing to do today. Let's bring in some dead people. Now we're doing the UFO thing. You got a good photo? You got a good video? You got a good story? And we've heard the Nimitz thing. It's just a UFO sighting. You've got to talk to people interacting with the phenomenon. You start to realize, oh, this person was flying the craft, and they all say the same thing. Wherever I decided, the 747 airline pilot said, I had the dream 1 year, and then he says, and then a year later, I told Joe Burks, hey, I had that dream again. And Joe said, you better record this, because this is something going on. This is not a dream. And that's what everybody said. When I talked to the U.S. Air Force retired colonel in L.A., I said, you flew F-16s? He said, yeah. And then I said, hey, come tell me your story. He said, oh, I think it was a dream. I said, everybody thinks it's a dream. Just come tell me your story. It was the same thing. He's standing in the craft. He's standing there. There's beings behind him. He doesn't know what they are. I tend to indicate it may be soul guides behind him. And he's standing there, and he's standing in the middle of the craft. And here's this voice that says, okay, go ahead and do it. And he says, I don't know what to do. You know what to do. Just do it. And he walks over to this panel, and he puts his hands on the panel. And he said, suddenly, it's like he's flying that F-16. Suddenly he's flying the craft. And he's going, what the heck's going on here? And then he takes one hand off the panel, and he's waiting for the craft to stall. And then he takes his other hand off the panel, and he figures it's going to stall, but he keeps it a couple inches off so he can slam it back down on the panel to start the craft again. And he says he's got both hands off the panel, and whatever he's thinking is what it's doing. It's flying around. And you see this over and over again. So this book will be coming out, and it starts to show you this power of consciousness, that this may all be consciousness. The physical world is this sort of programmed world that we live in, and the more we live that conscious world, the physical world, the less we're going to understand. But when you can break that down and realize it's all consciousness, it's all this simulated universe thing, we can start to figure things out. This is and they understand this. This is what I point out. They understand this. This is Diana Pasulka talking about going to this field where my friend actually showed Tyler D where this field was, and she talked about it. They were treating it like it was sacred. So you have this high-level NASA guy who is treating it like it's secret. When we went out there, we prayed. They were just praying, so I went along with it. Every time Tyler goes out there, he puts up an altar. There are a bunch of these altars out there, some put up by him and some by other people. And it's on a government site with a fence. It is a sacred place. That's why I call it the sacred place. And they talk about the gifting, that the material is gifted. So a lot of the people inside the government, even though they may not say it, understand this concept. This is not as physical as you think it is. And that may be what the cover-up is, because it's a physical world. And if they suddenly say the world isn't what you think it is, it's not important, all the stuff you rape, pillage, kill, and steal to get your toys, and you put that forward, everything is going to fall apart. And then you have to kill the national $800 billion national security budget, because you're going to have to say, we're all one, we're all connected. And that's the kind of message that they may be actually covering up. It's going to be, as I said, it's going to be a lot less physical than people think it is, a lot more spiritual than people think it is. It's going to be 1,000 times more complex than people think it is, and it will not have a hint of capitalism. It will be like a beehive mentality, a Super Bowl team where everybody, like all the cells in a body, all work together to make things one. Injuries, I'll just go through the injuries quickly. I got 2 minutes left here. Injuries, so they're talking about these injuries, 200 injuries. My number one question would be, how do you get 200 people who got injured? They're all military people. My number one question is, were they carrying a gun when they got injured? And so they're using the military people because they can get their medical records. Go back to Bigelow. What did Bigelow say? There was no injuries on Skinwalker Ranch, no major injuries when he had the Skinwalker Ranch. Didn't happen. So how do you have 200 military guys getting injured? And Bigelow said, nobody got injured when I had it. Fugel says the same thing. Fugel says no, except for that one case where the guy sort of took on the intelligence. There was really no injuries, but both Bigelow and Fugel have indicated, Fugel more than Bigelow, that it has a reflective quality to it, that whatever you bring on. And so when Fugel goes in to the ranch, they pray as they're coming into the ranch, because you realize you're going to manifest. If you decide you're gonna have you're up against the Skinwalker and it's evil, you're gonna manifest this. You are in charge. So they do this. George Knapp said, those that were the most aggressive to the phenomena had the worst experiences. It's this reflective quality. You are creating the world around you. It's not some evil alien out there that's doing this kind of stuff. We are creating it. The military, and this comes to the Rendlesham Forest. I'm supposed to be interviewing John Burroughs, and the number one question I have with John Burroughs, because they're one of the people reported that John Burroughs pulled a gun. Now, John said he didn't believe he had the gun out there. There's another case of a woman that had a nervous breakdown at Rendlesham Forest. She had a gun as well, according to Holt. She was in her car. She had this gun. The object came through the car, and she ended up having a nervous breakdown. And that's the whole deal: is, are there guns? If you decide you're going to a CE5 and take a gun along, you could be in some trouble. They don't seem to like guns. They don't seem to like missiles, and they sure as hell don't seem to like nuclear weapons. This is the whole thing: is when people say a person is injured, you got to ask, what was the circumstances behind it? Did it have a gun? And I can give you the example that in the Stanton Friedman files, the one case I had, and I'll sort of end with this slide. They had U.S. Navy intelligence out of Florida had picked up an intercept of a UFO coming into Cuban airspace. And they tracked this whole thing. And one guy reported to Stanton Friedman. They went to the National Enquirer. They filed an FOIA on it. The group that was against UFO secrecy actually went and challenged the U.S. National Security Agency and said, unless we get the records from this, we're going to the Cuban embassy. They got a visit from the FBI that afternoon, scared the living daylights out of the guy. This is a very serious case the U.S. Navy intelligence got. And what happens is the craft is coming in, and they order the craft to turn, to identify itself. The craft keeps coming in. There's two jets. The wingman is the one that gets the final word. They say, take it down. They lock on, and according to the wingman, he starts screaming, "It's gone! It's gone! The craft, the plane just disintegrated. It's gone!" And that's what I would maintain. If you want to hunt the skinwalker, be prepared to be hunted. It's reflective. It's what you put out, you get back. And last thing I would put down is, people are talking about why the Navy, why are these UFOs interfering with the Navy? And I would quote Lou Elizondo, who said about the Nimitz carrier group in one interview, it had more nuclear power than the entire state of New York. They have nuclear reactors powering these ships. They have nuclear weapons. They have these submarines. So you have the whole nuclear carrier, and that may be why these engagements are taking place with the military, because the Air Force doesn't have nuclear stuff, doesn't have nuclear planes. All the nuclear stuff is in the Navy. I'll leave it at that, and we'll maybe...
Wait, Grant, I just have a few questions, because it's so... I agree with most of what you're saying, and it does seem to be all emanating from whatever consciousness is. But how do we ever learn anything new? And how do we gain control if it's all us out there and we're doing things? How do we access control over the world we're creating? Because it seems to be happening. Yeah.
Well, you realize you're creating it. So whatever, it's like, so everything that happens is, why would I manifest this? Instead of seeing it a random event. Oh, why would I do this? You know, if it's a good, bad thing or whatever. And it's the idea that any people, you can see everything as good or bad. Like one person will have an experience, one will see it as good, some will see it as bad. But if you realize that you are the creator, that you are creating what's happening around you, it's hard to get into it to try to get control of it. But that's basically what it comes down to: is you are creating, I am creating. And there's no out there. There are no people influencing us. We are the ones that are, even you're bringing these people in to teach you a lesson, that you have this engagement with somebody. If you read Michael Newton, it goes in the same thing, that you and I and Neil all sat down before we were born and said, oh, we're going to do this thing. Neil's going to run this thing, and Grant's going to come on, and then this is going to happen, and that's going to happen. And if we realize that it may all have been planned. Even my assistant, Desta, had the word was given to her. She was really upset. Like, forget it. What are you fighting? I mean, you made all this stuff. You created all this stuff. You created this weave before you came into the world. And she said, no. She didn't believe that. And they stopped talking to her. And she went for a month. I think she was back and forth trying to get. She couldn't believe this idea that no, it was her. It was all this, and it's all happening. And I think the creation is done. We make the choices before we come in as to who we're going to play, what we're going to learn, and stuff like that. But a lot of it is predestined, and a lot of it is us doing it.
So the big question is, how do we get in touch with that part of us that has made all those decisions? Because you say you created this. It's not the personality. It's you.
Well, okay. I'll give you the answer. The personality is the ego. The
Yeah.
personality is the little voice that's talking and saying, this is, Grant's full of it. This is not true. This is, it's the noise in the signal. So what do they say? I do it in contact modalities. All 70 contact modalities is the same thing. It's the ability to shut down the left brain, ego, the one that's creating the noise in the signal. Be quiet and still, be still and know that I am God. You sit
Right.
there and you be quiet. And if you can get that signal, you pick up the signal. That's all channelers are doing. That's all people are doing. You do hypnosis. You're quieting the mind. No, you're not. You're quieting the noise in the signal. So you can pick up the signal. And that's when you make the contact. And we're so much into the physical world with the ego running the show that we can't break off. We can't get into that zone. And that's what meditation, that's what all contact modalities are about, is getting quiet. And that you'll see this with near-death experience with Hunkalai, where she says it was absolutely silent. It was there, and her whole life she was trying to get back to that silence, that it was all there. She was completely in the field, and people who have near-death experiences are completely in the field because their left brain is completely shut out of it. It's completely shut off through trauma or through whatever. That's what it is. It's this idea that you have to, the stillness is there. You have to go. That's where everything is happening, but it's very hard to do.
Wait, I want just one more question. If everything is set, then is there any way to create more unknown? Isn't it our job to move into creation and create new possibilities?
Well, that's the whole idea, that the basic format is set as to who you, but I still think most people will say that there still is the free will, that you can still vary it based upon your decisions as you move along. So the free will debate, I would still say on the free will debate, yeah, you have some choices, but there's a pattern set as to who you're going to meet and what's going to happen. And
Right.
And subconsciously you're bringing all this stuff on where you need this, or you imagine, you imagine being sick and then you become sick, or you imagine,
Becoming
getting something,
rich.
and you become, yeah, or whatever, that you got to relate the mind, as Edgar Cayce said, the spirit is the life, the mind is the builder, and the physical is the result. That was 100 years ago. He said that.
Mhm.
And all the channelers are saying the same thing. You hear it over and over again. You are the builder, you are creating it. And it's this conscious world. And we're starting to get away from it because we were starting to realize that consciousness may be primary. 10 years ago, when I had my download experience, people thought I was nuts. They thought I had absolutely lost it. But now people are starting to talk about this, especially with the simulated universe, that it may not be a physical world. Everything may be a desktop icon, that what you see in the physical world is not, it's just reflective of the real reality that you can't see, or the idea of people make I'll give you one last example. The guy who started Pixar movies, he wrote a book called The Pixel something, and he talks about the pixel. So you say, what's a pixel? And you say, oh, a pixel, when you get the film, you blow up the film and it's these little squares. He said, no, it's not a pixel. A pixel is a one-dimensional thing in space. You cannot see a pixel. And what they do is they take these spreaders that are used in the brain and are used in holograms and stuff, and they spread the pixel. And then they take 40 of those and they put them in these little boxes. And that's how they have a photograph. But we think a pixel is a thing. You cannot see a pixel. You cannot see anything in reality. Everything you're seeing is a desktop icon in the way. You're not driving the video car. You're driving, you think, but there's something way behind it. The reality is unseen. You can never see reality. You can only see these things that we create, that we play, our little video games and our little bodies.
Grant, if we were outside our bodies and interdimensional extraterrestrial, we were looking down at us humans, would we just see them as energy fields then, or no house, like nothing exists? Like
well, the people that are in the field will describe themselves as like a ball of light, a spot of light, where you see the orbs and stuff like that. But again, you're going within your body to see yourself. You're having this impression because your body is inside yourself. So the awareness leaves the body inside yourself and looks around and can go wherever it wants and do whatever it wants. And people always will tell you with out-of-body experiences, they can literally do whatever they want. They can make everything manifest whenever they want. They can move around. And that's this idea that it can't be a physical thing where we're moving through time and space. It's got to be this thing. It's there's no space and time. So how long does it take to go from here to the other side of the universe? You can do it instantaneously because it's all in the same point of space.
Right.
Wow. Great. Beautiful. I mean,
Thank you so much, brother.
I'm gonna call you this week, Grant. So I want to continue this conversation.
Fantastic.
You're gonna be back here for the panel in a few hours, right? In 4
Yes,
hours
I will.
from now. All right, cool. We'll continue.
But it's an ET panel, so try to pretend there are ETs out there. No.
All the world's a stage. All the men and women and aliens are but actors. Yes. Okay.
Right.
Well, let's call a few of them in.
Thanks for that, Grant.
That's almost
Brilliant.
like having to pretend that humans exist. It's
Well, that's
paradoxical.
the thing. They're pretending to be aliens and we're pretending to be humans. We are not
Yeah.
humans. We are not the actor on the stage. We are playing an actor on the stage. Yeah,
Right.
as Paul Salika, one of them said, you've got to remember who you actually are. You got to remember you are the voice, the silence between the words. You are not the words. You are not the human. You are watching the human. You are that which does not change.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my gosh.
Whitley says that the ETs exist beyond time and space from that field of infinite consciousness. So that's
Well,
what
yeah,
he's saying
they
lately.
can manifest themselves the same as we can. We can be whatever we want as well. I mean, that's the whole idea. When we leave, we can say,
Right.
"Okay, I'm coming back as a gray," or you can be whatever you want. But it's still a play. It's still not a physical. It's still a thing which made out of consciousness.
Great.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Grant.
Sorry to run late. We'll take some questions.
Thank
later.
you, Grant.
All right, we'll see you in a bit.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm just a little blown away. Like, where do I exist? Where do I end? What am I looking at? And are you real, guys? And is
We're not
Lori?
real. We're just images on a video screen that you projected.
Well,
God,
straight
then
up,
I
I mean, this is that the whole thing about the fact that we're subatomic particles vibrating in and out of reality is just the bottom line of it all, you know, and we've been able to quantify it and look at it in a laboratory setting now that we are not physical beings as we see it. And once we can embody that, as I like to say now, we can transcend the matrix and start doing all types of magical things, you know? And I feel like the movie The Matrix is basically that, like realizing the nature of reality, transcending out of it, and then, you know, embodying that and using the gifts that come with that. I feel that's the evolution that we're on.
But you know, I was going to ask Grant, and I'll ask it later. I don't want to take too much time. Is that if we know the world is Maya, and maybe Lori can talk about that, we're still here to operate within the illusion for everyone's highest good. So
We hope.
Yeah. It's paradoxical.
Right.
It doesn't exist and it exists. We're humans and we're not humans, and we got to accept both of them. You
I
know.
don't know. And whose reality are we in?
yours, Joan, yours.
I know we're yours right now.
Well, then I'm in your reality.
Wait, no,
and
we're
I-
about to enter.
Joan's
We're about to
reality.
enter Lori's reality. That's for sure.
Joan, I
What?
just have to interject here. When I was in my 20s, I had the full-blown realization, and I told my friend Rebby, I'm just an idea in the mind of God. And Rebby said, yes, but a good idea.
What a good way to bring Lori on.
That's hilarious. Well, Alan, do you want to do the official intro to Lori here?
Well, I think Joan, I mean, I love Lori, and she does incredible work with ETs, Ascension, transformation in general. She's been at this for years, and I can see she's really worked inward to share this experience outward. So I think Joan has a little bit more of an introduction there as well, but I'm so happy you're here, Lori.
I know. It is so good to see you, Lori. Thank you for dropping into my reality. I appreciate it so much. All right, I'll read a little bit of your bio in case people don't know her, but you're just amazing. So
Yeah, I
think
would love
that
to.
should do.
I totally want you to read my bio, but I so want to address something that Alan said. I don't know if he just.
Oh,
signed
yeah,
up or not.
please go ahead. Before the bio, go ahead.
Two things. Number one, what we are is pure awareness. We are all pure awareness.
Yeah.
We're not at the state of energetic purity, vibrational purity, to perceive and realize ourselves as pure awareness. But we are pure awareness, undiluted from human interpretation of what that awareness is. And all that we are aware of is what is within our vibrational bandwidth of awareness. So when you talk about people who are, you know, when we talk about 3D, we're talking about people who have a vibrational bandwidth of only, for the most part, the physical world. And they haven't expanded beyond the awareness that all there is physicality. And when we talk about like fourth dimensional consciousness, we're talking about vibrational awareness that includes non-physical, but is still mostly physical, expanding into non-physical. When we talk about fifth dimensional awareness, we're talking about coming into the awareness that, yes, we're both, and we're living in a state of duality. where we're both. So all of these vibrational bandwidths are where we, and then every time we expand our awareness and we up level our vibration, which essentially means becoming more lightness, more enlightened, more vibrationally fluid, and more unified with the awareness that we are just pure awareness. Ultimately, what we do is we pass through frequency fences, what I call frequency fences, vibrational fences, where egoic structure or energetic entanglement, we have to unravel and release and free ourselves from that. And when you asked earlier, sorry, my eye is tearing, but when you asked earlier, Alan, I was so like hungry to say something when you said, well, how do we change this? How do we get control? Those were your words, of this reality that, in my words, we're miscreating. We're miscreating a reality because the collective largely and lots of beings don't realize that we're creating. Just as Cameron, was that his name earlier? I don't know him. Cameron said, it's not fate. I'm sorry. That part I will really disagree with. It's miscreation coming from the unconsciousness of not realizing how to create our reality in a conscious and deliberate way. And so your question, Alan, if you're still on, is so poignant and so important, such an important question right now, that we begin asking this question: how do we create our reality in a different way? Because it's not enough just to know that we're just awarenesses and we're simulations of this reality, and that there is this divinity, however you define that, quantum reality, however you define it. It's not enough just to know it. No, that's not enough. And it's not just fate. This game is about becoming conscious and learning how to utilize frequencies, energies, and vibrations of consciousness to create the reality that we are as a collective dreaming of.
That's a great response to Grant.
Yes.
I think that's great.
So I want to answer even more specifically, how do we get control and create it the way we want? Number one, we have to become conscious of our thoughts. We literally have to be, what am I thinking? What am I believing? And how are those thoughts showing up in the reflection? Because he's 100% right on that, the reflection. And we have to become conscious of our emotions. What am I feeling that is the magnetic energy that's a reflection of the thought? Because if I have a thought, I love you. There's an emotional, I know I love Joan. I don't even have to think about it. I just know the name Joan of Angels. I love her. The emotional response is so autonomic. It's there. I know she feels the same way about me. It's already the energetic of our connection. Right, Joan?
Absolutely.
Right. So that energetic is there. There's no wobbling on it. And we're just using this as an example of the person, but if you think anything, your thought immediately fires off an emotion, whether it's conscious or unconscious. So you can name anything in the world, name anything, name a country, a city, a government, anything you want to name, and you have an emotional response. Now, the moment you start becoming conscious of what that emotional response is, it's already rippled out into your field already. And your field, because when you ask whose reality do I live in, Joan, we live in our own holographic reality. Each being is the awareness that source, we're the actors in a sense, as it was said. We're playing these roles, or we're watching ourselves as the awareness play these roles. And that ripple into our own holographic reality then ripples and interacts with other people's holographic realities. And this is the nature, even if you think of the Vesica Pisces, two circles interacting, your holographic reality interacting with my holographic reality, right? So now coming back to the thoughts and the emotions, what happens is your emotional response ripples into your reality and starts creating a vibration, a vibrational bandwidth based on what you're thinking and emoting. And that ripple effect goes out into the reality and affects vibrationally anyone else who's in the same vibrational harmonic, vibrationally compatible. And then you energetically attract likeness to you, because whatever you put out, you attract back. So this is what is the solution? To become conscious of the thoughts, to start working with the thoughts and the beliefs and the emotions, not so that we're doing, because here's where the problem I see in the world is you got this extreme all positives camp, love and lighters. I mean, I'm a love and lighter, so I don't mean to insult anyone. But If you have these people who are constantly saying all positive, all positive, all positive, all love and light, and they're not willing to do the energetics or spiritual bypassing, what they're creating is this polarized experience that polarizes reality in their game of polarity. So this creates the dark force, so to speak, even stronger. So the way to change it, by becoming conscious of our emotions and our thoughts and our connection and the magnetics of what we put out, is to process this, come into divine neutrality, where now from this neutral place, we don't polarize and we don't miscreate through shadow aspects of our unconscious. Does that, I'm sorry, I think I maybe lost Alan there, but I hope that's helpful.
Oh no, Alan's
No,
sitting in the
that's
background giving you a chance to take over and go for it.
I just stepped right in there, but does that make sense? And is that helpful? And I hope that.
Well,
Makes
it
sense to
is
me.
helpful, but for me, so this thing of consciousness is huge for me. I sometimes cannot wrap my head around it, even though I could see divine beings and I'll have that experience and I'll leave my body. When I was watching Grant today, I was dissolving. It was like, oh my goodness, this room then. So things are different. So I'm curious, maybe you'll answer that in your presentation. Would you like me to introduce you?
Since I just dove right in there. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You know what, Lori, the reason we love each other is I'm the same way. I would absolutely skip the introduction and go right to it because that's me too. That's why we like each
Well,
other.
it's probably helpful for people who don't know who I am.
Yes. Okay. So you guys, if you don't know Lori, you already know she's amazing. Okay. She's an author, luminary, visionary, loved by many people. And one of the reasons she's well known for her recognition of the deep and intimate animal-human connection in terms of how animals mirror their humans' behavioral, physical, and emotional tendencies, and for her programs that focus on the interconnectedness of all beings. So Lori's holistic approach is not simply about and or for animals, but also for the humans in their world and for the deep bond between them. Moreover, Lori's service provides to the humans that which their animal friend and the greater animal kingdom wants. In other words, she tells us what they want us to know. So Lori's tools and methods focus on the interconnectedness of all beings and the recognition that everyone and everything is connected. And so in solving so many of the animal-related issues, problems, and illnesses, she is also solving the humans' issues, their problems and illnesses in the home. And this is what is radically different about our beloved Lori. It's true. You're all these things, Lori. With over 20 years of experience serving humans and animals around the world, offering seminars and workshops on how we can improve our lives by learning from animals, Lori has become recognized as an international expert, speaker, author, visionary, light worker, intuitive, and healer for both four- and two-legged creatures. She's also an ascension guide, way shower, author, teacher, and speaker, assisting others to. I know it's mind-boggling.
That's an old bio you're reading, but thank you. That's awesome.
It is you. And we just want everyone to know listening. Okay, so we're going to finish up in 1 second. But this evolutionary process of ascension is real. Lori is really going to take us on a journey to experience this right now. Worldwide, humans and animals are encountering deep and profound transformation and internal shifting, which is in turn triggering monumental change and transformation in every area of our human experience. So as this shift continues to unfold, people need her support, guidance, and assistance and clarity so we understand these dramatic changes that we are all experiencing. So Lori, I am really happy to introduce you as our Ascension Guide and Light Worker, love.
Thank you so much, Joan. I love being here and I'm really grateful, especially to Neil, of course, for putting it together.
Well, we are with you, and
right?
I'll be in the background if you need me.
All right. Well, the one thing I do want to say is, it was my love for animals that got me here. It was like, that's where it began. But I ended up, for me, I had a first contact experience on ship. And that was really interesting when Cameron was speaking earlier, when he made the connection with the DMT in the brain. Because what happened for me first was I was working with these incredible masters while living in Hawaii during a 2-year period of my life. That was like a 2-year dark night of the soul. And I was working on having deliberate conscious near-death experience through practices, ancient practices that are known in like the Himalayan mountains, and how to still myself, my consciousness, to bring myself into that kind of experience. And we'll be meditating through the nights and consciously releasing through practice DMT in the brain. And I had what's called a near-death experience, but not in a hospital. It's called a little death in these ancient practices. And after that, I had a first contact experience in Hawaii. It was very intense, but when I was taken on ship, I know I had a massive upgrade, so to speak, to my frequency and consciousness. And one of the biggest things that happened was the DNA activations, which is a huge part of what I do now for both humans and animals. And so much of what I teach now and share, and the activations, the healings, the transmissions, all the channeling that I do from the higher or multidimensional realms is really, it's born from that. So I always have to give credit there, I feel like, because it just came from and through my love for animals. But ultimately, I do feel like I had to kind of upgrade that, allowed me to transmit and to do and to share and to teach and to facilitate for others this kind of change within us. And that's how come I think it's quite easy once you start connecting to these multidimensional realms that we are all part of to access consciousness. So everything that exists in the known and unknown worlds is available to us. And the way we can access that is by becoming vibrationally compatible with it. And the way we become vibrational compatible is so largely what we were speaking about earlier, which is really working on clearing away those identifications that keep us in a state of polarity, all extreme positives, or looking at only the shadow and getting lost in the dark. And when I say looking at only the shadow and lost in the dark, I kind of perceive that as people who will only perceive this reality to be a physical world exclusively. And sometimes it's people who get very lost in the dark by only looking at things that are of the dark, so to speak. And there's a lot of that in our world too. So we create this polarized experience, and we end up wondering, like, how did this reality come about? So the challenge is for us to learn how to integrate these aspects of ourselves, our light and our shadow, and to come into really a love, peace, acceptance, and allowance, a divine neutrality, where we do recognize there's not an extreme of good or an extreme of bad, and that we are the creators and the witnesses, because we are the awareness, the witnesses of our reality that is reflecting back to us everything we see and perceive, and everywhere we energetically vibrate within our own personal holographic reality. And that the collective mirror is a collective vibrational display of what the collective in a unified group is revealing to itself. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that makes sense to everybody. What I thought I would do, rather than do a lot of talking, was do some downloads, or we call downloads a sort of a semi-brief meditation where we can do downloads that will facilitate more of what we want. So for example, and I was briefly kind of meditating or asking source consciousness and the divine, like, what would be for the most benevolent best of everyone in our group today, listening live and even in delayed playback, if that's the case, for the collective reality that would support and assist us. And what I was getting was to bring us into just a small meditation and to activate some of the following. So I'll let you know what they are, and you'll hear the words, and always your free will consent would be required for it to be effective for you. But codes of integrity, because we really need that in our world right now, especially in many of our world governmental perceived leaders and religious leaders, etc. We need more integrity, the energetics of integrity. The other one we were going to do is harmony, because like why does war exist is when we don't know how to live in harmony with one another, or energetically, we don't have enough of the vibration of harmony anchored into our physical world. And then we were going to do one of honesty, because of course it's very easy to be lied to by so we could call an old patriarchy or an old paradigm, if we don't have enough energetics of honesty, like the value of being honest. Our old paradigm didn't value that, but that is a value and a virtue of this new paradigm we're creating. So we're going to bring that in, and also more divine discernment, the ability to determine and discern the difference between a false light. We have this in the spiritual community too, like false lights misrepresenting, or what we call sometimes like, spiritual business entrepreneurs. They're really just there for being in business, but they're not really necessarily walking the talk. Or even the divine discernment to tell like who on the TV is actually telling the truth, if at all, or what leaders, or even, government leaders of whoever, just to be able to have that discernment. Because it's something we're, as a human species, developing, as a human race, those energetics. And then we're also going to do divine truth, which is really the ability to know what is true. And I can say this, there are not very many truths. Most truths are beliefs. Ultimate truths are like very simple. There's basically 3 or 4. You exist. You have always existed, and you will always exist. That is absolute truth from as far as I know, right? And number 2, absolute truth. This is like meat. This is like really good, juicy stuff here. Absolute truth is you are pure awareness, and that pure awareness, ultimately all awarenesses are one divine source of awareness. Now, you could call that source multiple things, but you could call it God, you could call it spirit, you could call it whatever you want to call it, but it is one divine source of all one, ultimately all one. That's an absolute truth as far as I know and as far as I can tell. Another absolute truth is that you are a creator creating, and what you get back is what you put out as a creator creating, both conscious and unconscious. So once you change that conscious and unconsciousness, you can create something entirely new, better, more desirable for you, right? That's an absolute truth as far as I can tell and as far as I know. And then the 4th one is that pretty much everything else, for the most part, is up to you. Everything's going to change. You can change things. You can play with things. You can create. You can co-create. You can miscreate. You can discreate. You can destroy and uncreate things. All of that is up for you as a creator being once you start to know your power. Oh, the only other thing I'll say, and this might not be absolute in all multiverses, but as far as I know and can tell, everything ultimately is frequency and vibration, various frequencies, which are just the energetics. So once you start to know that, anything else you can test by that. So let's say you have a belief like, oh, nobody's trustworthy out there. Well, you can start changing that belief, and you can change that reality. And I hope this addresses some of even what Alan was saying. Anyway, coming back to what I was going to do, just say a few more things about what I want to bring in through the meditation, besides discernment, because that conversation was about discernment and divine truth, was the willingness. Let's bring in these energetics to facilitate for humanity the willingness to awaken, the willingness to consider beyond their own, we could say, matrix of illusion, or beyond just what we're being told in the physical world. See, because when groups of powerful beings like us here get together and we bring in these energetics and we anchor them through us, through our embodiment here, through our willingness, we anchor it into the physical world, and it ripples out to the collective. So that's what we're planning on doing here with this brief meditation. Then we also want to do something for immunity and imperviousness. And I don't know like how much I'm totally allowed to say on immunity and imperviousness, but one of the things I found in our DNA, and this is like one of the greatest gifts right now on Earth, is that our DNA contains perfect immunity and imperviousness to any and all things that could be in any way physically harmful to us, including things like jabs, vaxes, whatever is out there. So, chemtrails, whatever, things that start with G, we won't name them because we don't want to create problems in the world of, you have to, but we, because there's, I was going to do something on censorship too. Let's do that. But we want to activate those codes of DNA, and they don't get activated on the mental plane, right? You can't just think it. It's a vibrational compatibility. So we want to get us into that state where we can vibrationally activate these for everyone who's willing. And you start doing that enough, you start knowing you're walking around this world and you're immune and impervious. And why are you immune and impervious? Because the reality is you are the viewer. You are the awareness that is aware of this reality, that knows that even though there's energetic density from those you are over interacting with who are still believing that everything is physical, you're rising your frequency up to now, I'm the awareness that is the vibration here, and anything that is of density no longer has access to me. My key won't unlock that, or even if it could, I don't want to. You have a key, you have keys, right? Key codes in the DNA. I hope this is making sense. The other thing we want to bring out is our willingness to speak